What's going on, guys? How you guys doing on this beautiful, beautiful Tuesday? Let me know if my mic sounds good. Let me know if there are any delays. I don't think that there should be, but just let me know anyway. Salute to you all. Give yourself a round of applause. I'm in the building once again. I am the Chaotic Truth, and this is Chaos with Chaotic. The link is dropped. I have informed JR to drop the link early because I would love for people to call in and discuss with me the greatest basketball player of all time, which is LeBron James. LeBron James will surpass uh, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the scoring title, the all-time NBA scoring title, either tonight or Thursday. I surmise it will be tonight, and this is yet another astronomical achievement that has been obtained by all acclamation, the greatest player in NBA history. You know, I like to come to this argument as a very, very, I would say, average fan. I'm not going to lie to you. I watched more sports when I was younger, but we have to give credit where credit is due. Despite the fact that LeBron dibbles and dabbles too much into the political spectrum, into the social spectrum of the core of America, you can't deny the fact that he is the greatest athlete of all time. He may not be the most knowledgeable when it comes to politics. He may not give the best opinions on the current state of policing in America, but you got to give credit where credit is due. And I will give credit to LeBron James in terms of basketball. Before I get into my positivity to everyone, before I do all that, let me tell you a story. As you all know, I do not drink and drive. And I was on my train about 10 years ago, going to a bar. And I overheard a conversation. And I don't like eavesdropping into conversations, but I overheard a conversation. It was two gentlemen talking. These guys, the one guy was younger than the other one. He had to be about, I would say, 40. And the other gentleman had to be in his 60s. And I heard something that I never heard come out of a person's mouth, particularly from where I am from. And I'm quoting, the younger gentleman said, and I'm quoting, I'm not saying this. He said, Jim Brown should not even be recognized in the top 10 of running backs of all time. Oh, now mind you, I had never watched Jim Brown play football. He had retired decades before I was born. But you heard stories about the great Jim Brown. You heard stories about his physical prowess, his on the field accolades. Never seen it. And I've only seen snippets, if you will, of video of the Cleveland Browns when they played back in the late 50s and 60s when Jim Brown was on the team. Never watched it. Like most people, I was brainwashed into believing that Jim Brown was one of the greatest running backs of all time, if not one of the greatest football players of all time. But this gentleman said something that was quite interesting. He said, if you look at running backs, or if you look at the running back position, you will see that running backs like O.J. Simpson, Jim Brown, they have an advantage. And that advantage is their size. People don't know this, but Jim Brown is 6'2". A lot of people don't know that, especially younger people. I didn't know that either. I had watched highlights of Jim Brown for years, even when I was a kid. Never knew that Jim Brown was 6'2". So he's a huge, huge running back. So then I got to thinking, right? I got to thinking, wow, Barry Sanders, Emmett Smith, Thurman Thomas, they're better at the running back position. They don't they didn't have the size. They didn't have the height. But what they had was the ability to break tackles, the ability to juke a player at a very high level. Jim Brown, all he had to do was run over people. He's 6'2", 250 pounds probably. He wasn't that big. He didn't weigh that much. I'm just exaggerating with that, or over exaggerating. So then I got to thinking about a lot of other stuff, about the telephone game, if you will, of history when it comes to sports. I got to thinking about Mike Tyson. Now, this is about 10 or 11 years ago. See, growing up, I was a child watching Mike Tyson. I didn't understand the pugilist nature of boxing. Didn't understand it. Didn't understand angles. Didn't understand ring geometry and all of that. Didn't understand it. All I know was Mike Tyson is going to fight tonight. And when you're 5, when you're 6 years old, when you're 7 years old, and you see these play, and you see a Mike Tyson, this walking pit bull of a human being, and he gets into the ring and he's beating people up in 30 seconds. See, your child brain, not understanding the complex nature of boxing, you will say, wow, he's the greatest boxer of all time when you're 5 and 6 and 7. And then you have a lot of people who don't understand boxing telling you the same thing. You hear it in you're 7 years old, you go to the barbershop, they're talking about it. Your older cousins are talking about it. You hear Mike Tyson, Mike Tyson, Mike Tyson. But then when you get, I see you in the back, give me a second. But then when you get older, and 10 years ago, I was in my late 20s. And I got to thinking about the gentleman's Jim Brown comment. And I got to think about Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson wasn't the greatest boxer of all time, like I had led myself to believe when I was much younger. Then I said he wasn't the greatest heavyweight boxer because I started to compare him to actual champions. Mike Tyson was not a champion per se. He got beat by a nobody, Buster Douglas. He couldn't beat two somebodies, Lennox Lewis, Vander Holyfield. Couldn't stay off of drugs and alcohol, washed his money. He wasn't what the media had created. The media had created this big hype around Mike Tyson. The same thing about Wilt Chamberlain. People in the comment section. See, growing up, all you saw as a kid was, wow, this ancient basketball player. Black and white photos. He's holding up this sign that says 100. See, that's all we saw. But did they ever tell you that there was only 8 teams in the NBA at the time? Did they ever tell you that the average player back then was 6'3"? They never told you those things. Then it got me to thinking about a lot of different things 10 years ago, to the point where now I just use a lot of logic and reasoning when I come to what is a GOAT, who should and should not be compared in certain stats. For example, the center in the NBA trust fund. The center in the NBA, I see you, Israel. Give me a second, bro. The center in the NBA is a trust fund, baby. Now, I know a lot of you are saying, chaotic truth, what are you talking about? What are you trying to say here? Well, this is what I'm saying. Think about a trust fund, baby. They're born into luxury. They're born into wealth. They don't work hard for anything. And a lot of times, trust fund kids end up drunk, on drugs, blowing through money, in and out of rehab. And a lot of times they are F ups compared to a lot of people who worked hard. Give you an example. Donald Trump's brother was a F up, died of alcohol poisoning or alcoholism at a very early age. He was only 39, 40. Everything had came to his brother. His brother was supposed to be the actual heir apparent to Fred Trump. Donald Trump was the second born son, if I'm not mistaken. The same thing in basketball. A lot of you weren't born in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, but a lot of you speak so much about Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, etc., because the media has created these characters, essentially. Wilt Chamberlain is a trust fund baby. Bill Russell is a trust fund baby. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is a trust fund baby. All they did was, listen, thank their parents, but all it was is that they hit the genetic lottery. So this stat that LeBron is going to beat, he beat it a long time ago, because all you got to do is remove every center that's on the top 10 scoring list. Who are the centers? Wilt Chamberlain, obviously Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Who else? Bill Russell and Dirk. Well, Dirk doesn't count. So LeBron has already surpassed Kareem. Well, chaotic, what do you mean? You mean to tell me he didn't earn those points? In my opinion, Kareem, no. All he did was stand under the damn hoop. Oh, let me guess, the sky hook, right? Oh, nobody does the sky hook, right? The sky hook obviously will come easy to someone who can see over the damn rim. The center. And I'm going to make this argument real quick, and I want you to stay in the back, Israel, if you can stay in the back for a minute, okay? I'm going to make this argument about the center. This is going to be my first argument to justify why LeBron is the GOAT. The center should not even be included on the list. I already said that. I already said they're trust fund kids. I already said that they don't work hard for their wealth. We already know, for all of you basketball purists, centers have never been good ball handlers. Prove me wrong. Centers can't shoot threes. Well, the three-point line only came in 1979. Okay, well, let's use that metric, that year, on up. Kareem only shot, 3 or 4 3-points or from the perimeter. But I know when people call in, they're going to tell me that the game was different back then. I know. I'm preparing for you. I'm preparing for you. But we know that the centers have never been good passers. We know that the center position struggles at the three-point line. And we already know, everybody who's played basketball, that centers aren't good in transition. Wilt Chamberlain is a trust fund, baby. Most centers end up as bust. Well, that's not true, chaotic. What about Shaq? Well, what about Shaq? But then again, what about Kwame Brown? What about Sean Bradley? What about Hakeem? Was it Habib? What was the guy's name? Hakeem Thabit. Sorry. What about Robert Swift? What about Eddie Curry? Rich King? Rich King doesn't count though. What about Bryant Reeves? Do Do you want me to continue with this list? Kwame Brown, overall draft pick. Overall, number one draft pick. Who else was a number over? Who else was an overall? What's that guy's name? Michael Olowokandi. Olowokandi. What's his name again? Overall. Sean Bradley. He was a second round pick. Hashim Thabet. He was a second pick as well. The center position doesn't count. LeBron has already exceeded expectations when it comes to the NBA scoring list. He did it a long time ago. Because in my argument, the logic that I'm using, you exclude all the centers. Come on. The center position? Please. Tell me I'm lying. You and I both know the centers lack work ethic. How many times have you read up on Shaq and Shaq has said, I wish I would have played harder. I would have been like Kobe. Did not Shaq say that? It's easy to score in AAU in high school when you're 6'9", 6'10", and your classmates haven't even reached puberty, and a lot of them are still 5'11", 6 foot. Of course. Hell, even when I played, and I only played a few games, of course it's easy for the non-talented, non-skilled center to just, okay. They're not skilled. It's not a skilled position. How many point guards have been bust? Not a lot. Because the point guard is a skilled position. You know why the point guard is a skilled position? Because the point guards have to bust their ass to get to the league. They're midgets. They're 5'11", 6 foot, 6'1". Take away height, and what else can a center really do? So that's why this record has already been obtained by LeBron. That just shows you LeBron is a Swiss Army knife. So surpassing Kareem is an achievement. But like I said 5 minutes earlier, he already surpassed expectation already. Centers don't count. Kareem, come on. What could Kareem really do? Nothing. So that's my center argument. Michael Jordan wasn't good enough to go straight to the league. Oh, I know a lot of you don't want to talk about that. You don't want to talk about the fact that he wasn't good enough to go straight from the league to the league from high school. You know who was? LeBron was. I remember I was in high school. I'm a month older than LeBron. I know you guys are going to call me a Bron sexual. I know. Come on, Clears. Come on. You walk over, but you're limping back because I'm telling you. See, I already know what all of you Jordanites are going to say. All of you people who wear Jordans to sleep, in the shower, I know what you're going to say. But I am 38 years old, and I can tell you firsthand, just like with Mike Tyson, Michael Jordan was mostly created by the media. Oh, chaotic, please don't say that. That's not true. I saw Michael Jordan play. No, you didn't. Most people that I talk to, 23, 24 years old, never seen Jordan play. And then when I tell them, a person who's not a Jordanite, I want to bet Jordan is in the top 10, of course. But when I say, hey, look, man, Jordan was just highly marketed. He was the most marketed or marketable athlete of the 90s. His popularity, yes, I will admit, it was something about that Mike or Michael name in the 90s. Mike Tyson, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson. I don't know. Yes, the name was marketed, but you got to ask yourself a few things. How come Michael Jordan couldn't get out of the how come Michael Jordan couldn't get out the first round the first 3 or 4 seasons he was in the league? You gotta ask yourself these questions. See, I start asking questions like this when I speak to younger people. Michael Jordan averaged 35, 40 points per game. Yeah. But last time I checked, the 80s was more fast paced. Those games had higher points per game than any other decade. Oh, we forget. We forget. Yeah. Michael Jordan and that generation is tougher. Michael Jordan's tougher? That generation's tougher? Mm. LeBron, 6'8", 260 pounds. Jordan, 6'6", 200 pounds. Okay. That generation's tougher. John Stockton, 6 foot white boy, 175 pounds. Mark Price, 6 foot white boy, 170 pounds, plays for the Cavs. Could they play in this NBA? I don't know. Maybe they could. But how many small players do we really have nowadays? Do you think that Muggsy Bogues can play in this NBA? Speaking of Muggsy Bogues, I talked about this the other day on my show. I got you guys in the back. Give me a second here. I want because I'm gonna bring you guys up real soon. Speaking of Muggsy Bogues, I liked Muggsy Bogues growing up. I liked him because I was short. You know, when I was in the 10th grade, I was a height of a third grader. I understand that. I like Muggsy Bogues. I could relate to him because we were short. Now, in terms of athleticism, I could not relate to him. He's a great athlete. Michael Jordan and Muggsy, if I'm not mistaken, encountered each other 30 times maybe throughout their NBA career, respective careers. Michael Jordan, who's 6'6", he's a foot and 3 inches taller than Muggsy. For some reason, he couldn't double down and get 60 points on what he referred to as a midget. He had the same. If you add up all the games they played, it was the same average. Speaking of comparisons, people compare Michael Jordan with LeBron constantly, and I always say this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Who had the better championship series? These 24, 25-year-old kids don't even have a clue as to who Michael Jordan even played. We can argue, but let's look at facts. The Golden State Warriors in 2016 arguably is the greatest team ever. The underdog, Cleveland Cavaliers, led by LeBron. They were down by a 2-0 deficit. Came back and beat them. He led the Cleveland Cavaliers to a championship victory over the highly touted and favored Golden State Warriors. Who did Jordan beat again? Who did he beat? When were any of his championship competitors favored to win the ships? Oh, he beat the Lakers, right? Come on. I already know all you guys are going to say. Trust me. I know what all you millennials, boomers, I know all of what your Jordanites are going to say. You probably got on Jordans right now. Man, I wish I had a ball. I'd pull up on Chaotic and play him. Listen, man. Don't play me. I don't have nothing to prove. I'm not playing basketball. But I'm about to set the record straight as to who's the GOAT and who's not. It ain't Michael Jordan. He beat this old Lakers team. I think, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, James Worthy. he was the highest scoring player on the team at the time. James Worthy. Magic Johnson. Oh, come on. I see you guys in the chat talking about Magic Johnson. Come on, man. Oh, let me get this 20. What's up, John the Baptist with the $20 super chat? Said he is the greatest basketball player ever, and he has the second greatest wife. ever only second to my wife. Oh, thank you so much, John the Baptist. I got you in the back, Israel. Get held tight, man, because I'm almost done with my diatribe. Because I'm I want to present this as a case here. I know what you crybabies are gonna say, and I'm saying crybabies respectfully. Michael Jordan never lost a championship. Well, neither did Joe Montana. He lost 4. I mean, Joe Montana won 4. But ask anybody on the street, hey, who's the better quarterback between Joe Montana and Tom Brady? Tom Brady. Tom Brady. Well, why is it different when it's football? Why is Tom Brady different? He lost 3 Super Bowls. People hate LeBron because LeBron represents something that a lot of people aren't: consistent. You know who wasn't consistent? Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan played for the Wizards. He wasn't putting up the same numbers. Mm-mm. I don't even believe that the Wizards even went to the playoffs. No, when he was on the team for 2 years. But I know, right? I know. Look, I already know everything that you guys are gonna say when you call in. Trust me, I do. Nobody ever threatened Michael Jordan's. There was no active player at the time that ever threatened Michael Jordan. But there are so many players now who threaten LeBron and have. Gary with the $2 super 2 Canadian dollars says, "Do you can explain 2010 Dallas loss?" I'm gonna let you know, Israel. Give me a second, man. Give me 5 more minutes, bro. I know you're waiting. I know you got on your Jordan ones. You're like, I'm gonna get chaotic. I'm gonna get that mother effer. I know. You guys were brainwashed, and I'm here today to help you come back to reality. LeBron was 19 years old. People forget this, but I did. Of course he was going to lose. He took the Cavs, who were below 500, and within 4 years, he took them to their first championships against the Spurs. People forget about that. I was in college when this happened. Did they win? No, they got swept. Of course they got swept, though. The Spurs in 2007? Come on. That's a dynasty team. But people talk about LeBron's championship losses, but let's be honest. Michael Jordan didn't take the Bulls to 10 championships. I know, right? If he would have played straight all in the 90s, it would have been 10. Well, it wasn't 10 when they played the Magic and got mopped 4-2. How much of an effect does Michael Jordan have on a team? Michael Jordan leaves the Bulls. They're practically a championship team without him. Remember? Oh, we're going to forget about that part of history, right? LeBron leaves the Cavs. A year later, the Cavs are, I think, I got the stat. I could get the stat. They're what? 300? Leaves the Heat. Same thing happens. Comes back to the Cavs. They're a championship. He literally embodies the poem, "He ain't heavy, he's my brother." Say what you want to say about LeBron when it comes to his opinions on politics, about culture. Yes, he should keep his mouth shut. I agree. But to say that Michael Jordan is better, is the GOAT, stop it. You guys have been brainwashed. What's up, P. Rothstein with a two? P. Rothstein 216 with a $5 super chat. Says MJ took a year and a half off mentally. MJ took a year and a half. Took a year and a half. How mentally strong is that? But MJ is the toughest and the mentally strongest. How does that work? Exactly, P. Rothstein. Exactly. See, I'm here to expose Michael Jordan. Chaotic, it sounds like you don't like Michael Jordan. No, on the contrary. On the contrary. But let's not forget, he wasn't good enough to go straight to the league. He gets washed. He gets washed his first 3 or 4 first round playoff appearances. He doesn't do anything really of significance in the 80s other than ball hog. All you can do is look at the stats here. As a matter of fact, I'll talk about the stats. Oh, by the way, guys, I want to say something real quick. When people say back in the day, right? Well, all you gotta do is look at stats too. The 70s statistically were the weakest decade also. I just want to point that out. But all you gotta do is look at the stats. Give me a second, guys. Let's get the likes up, will you? Thank you so much, guys. Michael Jordan. I know I can't believe you guys can't believe I'm talking about the Michael Jordan. I know. I know. 3-point percentage rookie year. 17%. The year after that, 16%. His third year in the league, 18%. Fourth year, 13%. Fifth year, 1988, it improves to 27%. Michael Jordan is not the person that you think he is, man. He shot a lot. Compared to LeBron, Michael Jordan has half the assist because LeBron is a team player. He passes the damn ball. Boom. Not Michael Jordan. That's how he's able to have 37, 40 points a game in the 80s. They didn't win. The Lakers got old. The Pistons got old. And let's be honest, he beat Clyde Drexler. Come on, man. Don't get me wrong. I like Clyde Drexler. He was one of my favorite players as a kid. I like watching Clyde when I was a little kid. But come on, man. When you look back at history, do you really say, man, Clyde, man, woo, yeah, Clyde was, come on, let's stop. The Utah Jazz, he beat them twice. Carmelo, John Stockton, that was the only competition. Stop. The NBA was, I'm telling you, the NBA, there was, at that time, there was nobody that challenged Michael Jordan. That was good enough. But see, in this NBA that we have here, everybody's too skilled. The majority of people are very skilled now. What's up, G Firm with the $5 super chat? Says Jordan never played a team in the finals with 2 or more 20-point scores. The 90s was overrated. Yes. I'll tell you something else about the 90s being overrated. Thank you so much. And I'm going to bring Israel up after this last statement. Clyde is a Hall of Famer. Yeah, so is Bill Walton. But I know, right? I know they're all good. That's that greatest 50 that they had in the 90s. Yeah. Marketing. That's all it was. Bill Walton? Bill Walton, 5,000 points. his entire career? How did he make it to the damn Hall of Fame? I don't know. A lot of the NBA is political, man. But my last point, and I'm going to start bringing people up. What did the late 80s and the 90s NBA do? A 23-year-old doesn't know this. A 25-year-old doesn't know this. But I know it. The Orlando Magic, the Miami Heat, the Vancouver Grizzlies. Oh, and what's the fourth expansion team? The Toronto Raptors? 4 expansion teams during Mike's career. You talk about having your stats padded, and on top of that, it diluted the league. It diluted the league, man. But people don't talk about that. Magically, boomers don't remember that. Gen Xers try to avoid the conversation a lot of times. And young folk, they don't know. You had a lot of NBA players, or a lot of players that were in the NBA that shouldn't have never have been there, should have long gone retired. You diluted the league. You can argue and say that I'm sorry, not LeBron, but you can argue and say legitimately that Michael Jordan was playing in a diluted 1990s NBA. G Firm with the $5 super chat says free information. It took LeBron 2,000 less shots to pass Michael Jordan in scoring. Michael Jordan was a more efficient shooter. I'm sorry, LeBron was a more efficient shooter. He took, like this gentleman, G Firm says, fewer shots. People don't want to talk about that. I'm going to bring up Israel. And I'm also going to bring up John the Baptist.
What's up? What's up, Chaotic?
What's going on, Israel?
Can you hear
How
me?
you doing? I can hear you
I'm
loud
doing
and
good
clear.
and stuff. Hey,
You can
man,
call me the GOAT. You can call me the GOAT, man.
hold on, fam. I don't got a lot of time. Chaotic. Y'all got a lot of time at all now. But I like your background. Yo, I just want to say this, right? I think LeBron James is the GOAT, period, right? And the two things that prove it is the fact that he's not a point guard, but he's gonna retire at least third in scoring in the NBA. He's not a shooter or consider a shooting guard or a shooter, and he's gonna go down as the all-time scoring leader. So definitely LeBron James is the GOAT. Besides that, last year he passed Kareem and everybody else with playoff and regular season points. So he's been past that as far as the stats. Now, this is the thing. I definitely disagree with you when you say sinners don't count. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life, Chaotic. That doesn't make any type of sense at all. That's like saying, do you play poker?
No, I do not.
Do you know about poker?
I played it one night. They taught me real quick how to do it. So I'm kind of familiar with like certain like card
terminology. Okay. So yeah. the last card is called the river, right? Okay. And the river, and there's a saying, if you're a poker player, like, yo, the river counts too, because most of the time, if you're a poker player, you're winning all the way into the last card. And that's where a lot of people lose, is on the last card. So before you leave,
I want to say something to you, but go ahead, though. I'm listening.
To say that sinners don't count is like saying the river doesn't count. So sinners definitely count, but LeBron James is still the greatest player to ever play because he's the most well-rounded, the most well-rounded player, the most prolific player, and the fact that he's not a point guard, but he's gonna retire better than top 5 in assists. He's not a scorer per se, but he's gonna retire the greatest scorer that ever played the game. You
Yep.
can't argue with those stats.
Absolutely. Sir, thank you so much. Miss Parker with the $2 super chat says, I'm disliking this stream. Oh, she's a Jordanite. Oh, she goes to sleep with Jordans on. You could tell. Israel, if you stay on, if you I don't know how long you can stay on, but let me get to John the Baptist. John the Baptist, salute, and thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you so much, sir. Go ahead. John the Baptist, you're on mute, sir.
That's not my name. You see my name, right?
Oh, James over Jordan. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I appreciate. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he's the goat. He's the goat, man. Oh, my bad. How you doing, Chaotic? My bad. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing awesome, man. Thank you so much. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, LeBron is the GOAT, man. And I'm going to quote the famous Isaiah Thomas when he said
Which
he's
one?
bigger,
Which one?
he's faster. There's only one. I'm sorry,
Okay.
there's only
Okay.
one.
Okay. Okay.
No disrespect. No disrespect.
Yeah.
You
The
talking
Isaiah
about Zeke?
Thomas.
You talking about
Bad.
Zeke?
You talking about
Zeke.
bad boys? Isaiah
Zeke
Thomas.
from
Yeah.
Detroit.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's only one. There's no confusion. There's only one. That other guy don't even. Yeah, it's just the other guy. But anyway, though. So yeah, he's bigger, he's faster, he's stronger.
Mm.
Then he made another statement. The old wise sensei said, Jordan was coached by Dean Smith. Isaiah was coached by Knight, Bobby Knight.
Mm.
So all of these great players that played before LeBron played are some of the most prolific college coaches and NBA coaches.
Yeah.
LeBron,
And
Isaiah pointed out who coached LeBron.
Nobody.
nobody.
LeBron took your Ivy League college basketball programs with no coaches, came to the NBA and picked y'all apart as an 18-year-old kid born to Gloria James with no father from the hood of the projects of Cleveland.
Akron.
With no dad, in
Akron.
Akron,
Yeah.
with no dad, thanks for the correction, with no
Yes.
dad to know of, had to deal with a dude sleeping with his mom and still picked y'all apart. I'm sorry, bro. This dude right here, if you just look at his upbringing alone, just his upbringing alone, I ain't even talking about his basketball acumen anymore. His upbringing, to overcome his upbringing, to get to the NBA, then pass Jordan, Kobe, the greatest prolific scorers in the NBA, so they say. Now for the past Kareem. Never got into a lick of trouble. Never had to retire, quit in the middle of his career to go play baseball because the media was too tough on him, as I throw up air quotations.
Played 20 straight years.
This young man came through so much adversity. I don't care what they say. This man came through so much adversity. He not only did he belong on Mount Rushmore, if Mount Rushmore had number places on it, he is number one. I'm done.
Stay here for a minute, James over Jordan, and salute to you, Gary. Stone says MJ's famous 63-point game, and I forgot to mention this, against the Celtics. People forget Larry Bird and the Celtics won. MJ lost with 63 points. Ball hogging. Hey, James over Jordan. You still there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do centers count?
Okay, so this is hard for me because I'm truly a diehard Laker fan, right?
Go ahead.
So we had some of the best centers in the league.
Of course.
From Kareem,
of course,
to Shaq, Wilt. So yeah, centers count, man.
Okay.
And the reason why centers count, and the reason why, okay, I give you short, and I leave it alone. Go ahead.
Purple Haze with the $5.
I don't want to mess up.
Purple Haze with the $5 super chat says, not to mention LeBron can play and guard all 5 positions. That is correct. James over Jordan. Can I ask you another question, sir?
Go ahead.
If Jordan was so great, how come he couldn't get out the first round in the 80s?
I'm in a bad area. You might have to repeat that again.
Okay. I wanted you to answer this question to Jordan Knights. A lot of Jordan, because Gary's a
Uh-huh.
Jordan night. I already know what Gary's gonna start saying, right? Gary goes to sleep with Jordans on. He takes showers with Jordans on. He's one of these types of Jordan nights. But if Jordan was so great, how come he couldn't get up the first round in the 80s? People forget that. People forget 1985, I'm sorry, 86, 87, 88. Jordan couldn't even get up the first round.
According to Skip Bayless, the excuse that Skip Bayless gives off of Fox, he says he was just a baby. So if Jordan at 22 was a baby, then what was LeBron at 19 and 20?
When he took the Cavs to
the final, the finals.
He was 20.
But this is the thing, though. A chaotic truth.
Yeah.
In all fairness, this is the thing, right? Because I was alive. I was alive during that time watching those games. Go ahead and read. This is the thing. Go ahead and read the super.
I already read that super chat. Yeah.
Okay. Yo, so this is the thing, right? Yo, we can't front, like, there was competition then, but of course there were not. The competition is much more fierce now, contrary to what they're trying to paint, right? But there was competition there, especially in the 80s. In the 80s, they had daggone them teams with the Detroit Pistons, the Detroit Pistons was stacked, the damn Boston Celtics was stacked. They had a bunch of stacked teams. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I don't get this thing about super team. All those teams in the 80s was super team, had at least 3-4 super players on their team. You know what I'm saying? So the thing of it was, Jordan, like, yo, they was beating they was beating the dog stuff out of Michael Jordan too. You know what I'm saying? Them Detroit Pistons was no joke in the late 80s, early 90s. You know what I mean? So, he didn't win. And that's the thing, that's the disingenuous. Number one, he won the first 3, but then he left and then he came back and he lost. Like you said, he lost to the Magic. Number 2, he didn't get there a whole number of years. He couldn't get to the finals a whole number of years. There was a lot of times he never got there. But those teams were good, and the teams now are good. The talent now is way better than the talent that was in the 80s and 90s. 100% better.
Real quick before Gary, the current panel Jordanite speaks. Salute to you again, Gary. I said something that I think is a very interesting anomaly. You never hear this in baseball. You never hear this in football. In baseball, I could legitimately say Roger Trout is better than Barry Bonds. Nobody will bat an eye. I can legitimately say Roger Trout is better than Hank Aaron. Nobody will bat an eye. As much of a historical figure in the African American community as Hank Aaron was to the blacks at that time, he was knocking out home runs. He was a great figure. Nobody would bat an eye. But where's this blasphemy? Why does this blasphemy come when you mention anybody being better than Mike? I could go to some white guy in a bar and say, Joe Montana is not better than Tom Brady. He might say, hey, man, you could be right. Joe Montana never lost a Super Bowl. But nobody bats an eye when you say Tom Brady is better than Joe Montana. I watched Joe Montana as a kid. He was one of my favorite football players. But nobody bats an eye. But people look at you weird. People want to fight you when you say anything about Michael Jordan. And I really believe this is a creation by the media. Gary, I want the smoke. What's up, Gary?
Hello, everyone.
What's up, Anna? Hold on for a second, Anna. Thank you so much. Gary, I want the smoke, Gary.
Okay.
I want the smoke.
I hear you say what happened in his early years, why he didn't win or go to the finals. But for a man in the 90s to win 6 out of 10, that's what happened. He won 6 championships in 10 years. I keep hearing about LeBron's longevity. He's won 4 in 20. I don't know about you young fellas, talk about all these stats. You play, you use Herman Edwards' line, you play the game to win. I don't care if you went there 10 times and you lost 6. You're a loser. You're not even 50%. I'll end your Joe Montana Tom Brady thing. Tom Brady is greater than Joe Montana because he won more. Not because
He
Joe
also
is
lost. He
scoring more.
also lost more.
Okay. I never interrupted anybody when they speak.
My
Let Gary
apologies. My
yeah, let
apologies.
Gary
My
speak.
apologies.
Yeah, go ahead. Let him speak.
Okay. That
Y'all
is
know he's
why
sensitive.
that is why we as sports people refer to these men as the greatest. We deal with winners. Even though Kareem had all those great records, do you know why we always considered Michael Jordan greater than Kareem? Because he didn't lose. Floyd Mayweather is considered the greatest in boxing because he didn't lose. That's why you're considered the greatest. Not because of your stats or Bill Russell's got 10 championships in 11 years.
11.
Okay, he's got 11 championships in 12 years, but he played with 10 teams.
Now,
So
Gary,
real.
I want you to
Sorry.
finish, Gary, but I do want to ask you a question real quick. Something
You
interesting.
go ahead, ask the question.
Bernard Hopkins, who is arguably in the top 5 boxers of all time, he's lost. But why is he in the top 5?
Top 5 is not the greatest of all time.
But
So
listen, wait, hold the chaotic truth. Michael Jordan has lost. This is the delusion that they say he has lost. He hasn't got there. He's lost in
Gary's
the first round.
argument,
He
but
lost in
Gary's
the semi, in the finals, in the East Coast finals. He's
Magic,
lost.
yeah. But see, Gary's
He's
argument
lost.
is that, but see, here goes the thing, Israel. Gary is a baby boomer, and he is, and I understand it. Gary grew up in this TV generation. Hear me out, Gary. You were influenced by the media to respectfully to worship this man Jordan.
All right, I'm leaving.
Okay, Anna, what you want to say about Jordan, real quick?
No, I just don't know anything about sports, so I'm gonna exit off.
Okay.
All right.
So Gary, I feel sorry for you. I feel a little bit sorry for you in this respect because your generation was brainwashed, just like with Mike Tyson. And I told that story earlier.
I know you keep going. My generation is brainwashed. Hold on there,
This
brother.
is the thing. Wait.
Hold on there,
This is the thing,
brother.
too.
Hold on, Israel. I know it's hard for you young people, but hang on a second.
Yes, sir.
Remember, unlike your generation, we refer to things in real life, not on television, but in real life, what we've seen for ourselves. You guys, every reference that you guys have to anything is of a TV show or a movie. So don't tell me my generation was brainwashed on TV, because unlike your generation, we went outside. We actually
Well,
these
I'm not a
things.
part of the same generation as chaotic. I don't think John the Baptist is either. Me and chaotic.
Yeah, we're not.
Me and John
That
the
doesn't even
Baptist.
count.
How old are you, gentlemen? Old are you, gentlemen?
I'm 46. I'm 46.
Okay. So
I'm
you're
48. I'm 48. Gen X.
Yeah, we're Gen X. So we
I'm
definitely was outside. And
I'm
we definitely
first
was
year
watching
Gen X. I'm 65.
respect to you, sir. Respect to you.
No. I'm born in 65. I'm 57. So
Okay,
unlike both,
respect to you.
thank you, brothers. I've watched both of these young gentlemen play this game from Michael Jordan's
Yeah,
college years.
we did too.
Okay. So what Michael Jordan did, remember, he never lost in the finals. It doesn't matter what we talk about. LeBron's got the most points, rebounds, assists. We've never considered Kareem greater than Michael Jordan. Never. Michael Jordan went 6 times, won 6 times. Kareem went.
Can I address this chaotic?
Well, let Gary finish, then address it real quick.
Kareem went 8 to 10 times, won 6. Understand? We do not respect second place. We don't care how many times you went to the title game if you didn't win.
But Gary, arguably, can I make this argument here? LeBron, when he played for the Cavs in 2016, the Warriors, I believe, won 70. I think that was the year they won 71 or 72.
73 games.
73. They arguably were the greatest NBA team ever.
No, they weren't.
Well, give me a second, Gary. I'm not saying that they were. I'm saying that you can. There's a big debate in the sports community. You know that. You,
Arguably.
you can say this, Gary.
They had the best record, 73 and
LeBron
9.
took an underdog Cavaliers team to the championships and beat the greatest team of all time. Jordan was never an underdog with the Bulls. And he never beat a team on par. Let me ask you this, Gary. Is the Utah Jazz of 97 better than the Golden State Warriors of 2016?
Can I add this
The answer would
chaotic
be
real
no.
quick?
Gary?
Wait, can I add this chaotic real quick?
Go ahead.
So also,
No, Gary got to answer the question.
No, I will. Okay, here's the difference. If we would put the Utah Jazz into
No, answer the
26
question first without the qualifier.
Can I finish? Don't tell me how to answer a question. I can speak for
You know,
myself.
you're trying to.
You don't tell me what I'm trying to do. Listen,
You
I know
can,
it's very
but
hard for you people. You
but
know what I
as a-
mean? I know it's hard.
you people.
Yeah, younger people can't listen. They hear a question, and a word, and it triggers them. What I'm saying, if you put the 1997 Utah Jazz in today's game, that team of the Golden State's better. You put that Golden State team in 1997, Utah would crush them. That's the difference.
Crazy.
The different rules, first of all, in 1997, unlike today, they can hit you.
right?
Sorry.
Go ahead,
Can
bro.
I add this? Like I was trying to say real quick, just real
Go
quick.
ahead.
So this is the thing too that we don't take into account. And you said it earlier, chaotic, and it's absolutely true. Absolutely true. This is the thing. LeBron James, first championship, he had a rookie head coach and Tyronn Lue. Tyronn Lue had just been out the league, what, 2-3 years prior to that. Number one.
No.
Hold on.
That's no. In 2007.
Oh, the second, yeah. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay, Eric Spoelstra first. Eric Spoelstra was a freaking video guy, bro.
It was. I think it was Mike Brown, right?
Mike Brown.
It was Mike
I think it was
Brown.
Brown.
No. I'm talking about his first championship, family. His first
you mean
championship.
the one he won? The first one.
Yeah,
he won.
it was with the Miami Heat. It was Eric Spoelstra, and Eric Spoelstra was the film guy, brother. The film guy. He was the film, and he won with them. Okay, so then let's fast forward. He goes and he wins with Tyronn Lue, just recently out the league, less than 5 years prior, right? Then he goes and wins with freaking Frank Vogel, who never won anything. So, bro, Michael Jordan had arguably the greatest NBA coach to ever coach, and Phil Jackson, and it's proven by the amount of rings overall that he's had and the amount of success that he's had. Without Phil Jackson, Michael Jordan hasn't won one ring. Phil Jackson has won 5 other rings without Michael Jordan. So think about that. Also, so that's 3 different teams that LeBron has had massive success. And so it is on him. He didn't have nobody to coach him or teach him or tutor this. That's all his skill and all his effort that got him there.
So Gary, this is Jordan. This is James greater than Jordan. First of all, I want to apologize for stepping on you, telling you how to answer a question. That was disrespectful to me. So I want to apologize first of all.
No worries, brother. You go ahead.
Okay. So yeah. But is that me with the background?
I think so. Gary,
Yeah.
well, let me read the super chat. Dub Will says, "Stop the cap, Israel." Thank you for the $2 super chat, Dub Will. And Sir Chi 87 says, LeBron won with Cleveland, Miami. LeBron won with Cleveland, Miami, and LA. LBJ is the Gizzo. Gary, I do have to ask you this, sir. Let me mute James over Jordan. Gary, are you seriously saying that Clyde Drexler's Portland Trailblazers could beat the Golden State Warriors?
If they were playing in the 90s.
Okay.
No, that's crazy.
Go ahead, real debate. You got the floor.
It's like
You're on mute. Go ahead. You got to unmute yourself.
at a certain point, I understand when guys is just stuck in the air and they just want to be so stuck on their favorite player. But
Mm.
at the end of the day, as a man, as an intelligent adult that knows the game of basketball, you're just going to neglect and just be blind to the facts that the 2017/2018 Golden State Warriors cannot be beat by any team. Okay? The most games you're going to get is one game in the series, if that. Why? Because you can go in any era. Is there any other player you can name in any era that is close to Steph Curry? No. Is there any other player that's close to Kevin Durant? No. I don't even know about a player that's kind of like Draymond Green, because Draymond Green is kind of one of a kind too. Y'all try to put him in the box as Mr. Triple single or whatever, but them triple singles got him a lot of titles, and them triple singles is respected. So at the end of the day, we really need to stop neglecting what you see right in front of your face. You know that the Golden State Warriors can't be beat by no damn Trailblazers, but you would throw something asinine like that out there because you just have to be so stuck on the 90s. You got to stand on something stupid instead of being intelligent. Like, you know what? Look, I love Michael Jordan. I still feel in my heart and mind he's the greatest player because I grew up seeing him. But guess what? I have evolved and grown as a grown man. I see the game evolving. I'm thinking right now, based on what I'm seeing, that LeBron James is the best player. There's nothing wrong with another person hearing that from the Jordan era and shutting the fuck up and not going off on a tangent not going off on a tangent. Like, it's really that serious? It's really that serious? At the end of the day, we all have our preference, but you can't neglect that. This guy's going to be top 3 in points, assists, and rebounds, and number 1 in scoring.
You know why none of those guys, everything that you just said to me is garbage? And I'll explain. First of all of those players that you named, you know what Jordan didn't do in the finals? Lose. That's what makes you great. If you lose, you are not great.
Gary.
Yes, sir.
Hey, real debates. You got like some background noise. Can you go on mute real quick?
I don't have no background noise. Nothing.
That's
background.
No, yeah, you got like some, I don't know. It's like some noise real quick. Hold on for a second. Let me make some adjustments. All right, there we go. Gary, can I ask you a question real quick? And you're free to your opinion, man. You know I rock with you. But okay, can for the sake of the conversation, right? Just for me and you right now, can we take away championships right now and just look at just Jordan's first year and LeBron's first year? How can you explain Jordan's, what was it, 12 or 18% 3-point shooting percentage? Can we
Very
just do
simple.
that? 17%.
No problem. No problem. Because
17%.
Three-pointers were just introduced in the game at that time. Most teams did not take as many three-pointers. It wasn't a part of the game that much at that time. So nobody worked on it. And when it became more of a part of the game, he went from this 18% that you were talking to over 30%. That's the difference. Okay. Michael Jordan, and you guys thought, oh, LeBron's got the scoring title. That's only a longevity title. Michael Jordan has 10 scoring titles in the NBA to LeBron's 3.
So Michael Jordan came into the league in 84.
Yes.
The 3-point line came in 1979.
Yep.
Was on an average, how much 3-pointers were taken per game in those games? No. Because it's not a part of the game.
No. Hold on. Because there was in Georgia's day and time, there was some efficient 3-point shooters on his team. So we can't say because he didn't shoot them that they wasn't shooting them on the average. No, they were shooting them. He just chose not to shoot because he couldn't shoot them well.
All I asked, brother, hold on. No, you're going into a tangent. It makes no sense. I just asked you.
I'm not going.
Let me finish. Listen to the question. How many 3-pointers were shot in the games when Michael Jordan was playing and when these guys are playing? This is why I'm showing it was not a part of the game. Because there was barely any time was there ever 20 3-pointers shot in the game at that time.
But whatever the rate
JQ
they
with the
shot,
$2 super chat says no. Kyrie, Ray Allen, or Bubble. LBJ's record is 1-9. Oh, shut up.
It's a fact.
Go ahead. Go ahead, guys.
what we look at is we can't compare the shots that were taken. We compare the percentages that was taken.
No, you compare to what they were doing. And
Okay, so
you guys say, hold on
George,
there a second. Let me just give you a fact here, brother. If you check LeBron's shooting percentage away from 5 foot from the basket to 15 foot, it's about 16 or 17%. LeBron's majority of his points come from layups and dunks. That's why his shooting percentage is higher than Jordan's. But if you get it, you look at the shot selections from 5 to 15 to 20 feet. LeBron's shooting percentage is under 20. So don't tell me about how great you are. Michael Jordan shot almost 50% from the mid-range. Do you know how hard that is? Let's go look up his.
Gary,
Yes, sir.
Gary, just respectfully. Now, hear me out. LeBron James is number 9 on the all-time 3-point scoring list for 3 points made. He's number 9. He has 2,233. You're telling me that LeBron is not an effective perimeter shooter? He's
What
number
is
9.
his percentage? He's 33%. Is that effective?
Hold on. Okay, so
don't
for his career, hold on. For his career, LeBron shot 34% from the three, and Jordan shot 32% from the three.
Oh, my goodness.
So who shoots better?
Okay.
So who shoots better?
Okay. LeBron shoots better from the three. LeBron's probably made more 3-pointers than Michael Jordan taken.
Yeah, he made 2,000 more.
Okay, compare how much Michael Jordan's taken to how many LeBron is taken.
What do you mean taken? Oh, you mean in terms of shot?
That shot.
Well,
I'm guaranteeing you, if Michael Jordan has taken as much shots as LeBron, he probably would be at 35 to 38%.
Hey, JQ, thank you for the Cash App too. I appreciate that. Go ahead.
That's not how that works. Just because you shoot one of them, your percentage is going to get better. That doesn't mean that. What percentages measure is how many shots you take and how many you missed. That's what it measures. So out of the shots that Jordan attempted and the ones that he made or missed, he shot 32%.
What, you think I don't know simple mathematics? Relax,
so
young
therefore,
man. Relax. You don't have to teach people things that people
hold
know.
on. I'm not teaching. I'm not even trying to teach. I'm just stating a simple fact that just because you shoot more threes don't mean your percentage is going to go up.
No. Well, here's one thing I can tell you about Michael Jordan. Anything that his game was deficient in, every year he got better.
Except
so if the 3-pointers became an integral part of the game, I guarantee you Michael Jordan would get better.
Yeah, if it was a fifth, I'd be drunk right now.
Well, okay. LeBron James. Do we want to compare free throws if you want to talk about shooting?
Okay, Jordan was a better free throw shooter. Simple, point blank. No, there's no dancing around it. Jordan was better.
And I said LeBron was a better 3-point shooter.
Okay, so that's how we're trying to get you. That's it. Then.
No. I will give LeBron what LeBron is. But we have a GOAT argument here. Who's the greatest?
Hold on, but okay. I didn't. So when you asked me the question, I didn't give any qualifiers. I just came right out and said Joe is a better free throw shooter. See, when we asked the question about LeBron, you gave a qualifier. Don't give a qualifier for your answer.
Action Jackson.
I'm the qualifier.
No, Pippen and Jordan will have no rings. No, Pippen and Jordan will have no rings, meaning that if Pippen wasn't on the team. Go ahead, guys.
Okay. Michael Jordan played with Scottie Pippen, who is one of the greatest players of all time. LeBron James has played with how many players that is going to make it into the Hall of Fame? LeBron's first super team with Miami, who was supposed to not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. They won 2 out of 4 and lost. If not for Ray Allen, his brother put up, they would have lost more. The first game, and when we went to go by comparison, the first championship against Dallas, they were heavily favored. LeBron James melted down. He will never, ever live that over. Michael Jordan has never melted down in a series. Never. If you look at his shooting, he was afraid to shoot the ball in the fourth quarter of the Dallas series. No great all times has ever experienced that. If we're talking about hockey, Gretzky, never. Football, Brady, never. When we're talking about the greatest, it's not just I got the most points, I got the best stats. It's about winning. And there is no greater winner in basketball than Michael Jordan. I heard somebody talk about expansion. That's how great Michael Jordan was, that they were able to expand the league. That league has not expanded since Michael Jordan.
Now
They
it
were
could be
able to
argued.
expand in a different country.
Now, but Gary, it could be argued that the expansion era brought about a certain dilution to the NBA. Do you agree with that or not?
Not really, because that just made people from countries get involved in the NBA.
Mm,
First of all, we
And
had
it,
European players. Before you used to have one or two. Excuse
okay.
me? Sabonis? I mean, let's get real. He expanded. Michael Jordan made NBA global. There is nothing bigger than that. When you see Chinese people that don't know English, and they have a sign, I want to be like Mike. When you see it in Arab countries, I want to be like Mike. That's the effect Michael Jordan had on not just basketball, but the world. Understand? All other superstars, their superstar is Michael Jordan.
So let me ask you this: who are the
Whether
Hall of
you're an
Famers?
actor, yes, sir.
Gary, you mentioned that Michael Jordan did not play with as many Hall of Famers. Okay, so Dennis Rodman is one of them, and who was the other Hall of Famer he played with?
Uh,
Um,
Scottie Pippen.
Scottie
Scottie Pippen,
Pippen,
right? So who
Har-
are the Hall of Famers? Who are the Hall of
Ron
Famers that
Harper.
LeBron is playing with right now?
Well, he's Dwayne Wade will be a Hall of Famer.
Okay,
Chris Bosh will be a Hall of Famer.
okay.
Kyrie Irving
This
is
is
going
wait,
to
wait,
be a
wait,
Hall
wait.
of
Chris
Famer.
Bosh
Let,
is
let, let, let let Gary
arguably
finish. Let Gary finish. Let Gary finish. Go ahead,
okay.
Gary. Go ahead,
Okay.
Gary. Go ahead. Go ahead, Gary. Go ahead, Gary. So go ahead, Gary. So okay, so Gary, it,
Anthony Davis, when his career is over.
so Gary, can I just okay? So the way I can look at it, logically speaking, is if that it seems like there's more Hall of Fame players now than back then, right? Or are you
No, because the Hall of Famer, they're on different
uh,
teams. That's the difference. They weren't on one team. There's different teams. Because at that time, you had Barkley, who was a Hall of Famer that he played against. Larry
and
Bird, a Hall of
Championship
Famer.
rings?
Magic Johnson, a Hall of Famer.
Gary with the $5 super
Say that
chat says
again?
Gary with the $5 super chat says Jordan 9-time first team all defensive team and one defensive player of the year. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Well, we know that Mr. Jordan played both ends of the court his whole career. They didn't have days off. Michael Jordan,
oh
unlike the
God.
players of today, own games. How many seasons did he play straight and never miss a game, going to the playoffs every season? Now, there's
Wait, are you
no
talking about
players
those
in
2
the
years?
NBA
Wait,
today
stop it,
because
sir.
everybody's so
Wait,
skilled.
please stop. Are you talking about the two
Go ahead,
years that
sir.
Michael Jordan had a broken ankle and he sat out? Come on now. Michael Jordan was out.
He
Remember
was
that?
only
Remember
out
when he
for
sprained
one
when he broke
season
his
when he
ankle?
broke his ankle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one season.
Okay, what about
Okay,
94,
he
95?
played. He
What is
played.
that?
Okay, he he, he played four. He played 15 seasons in the NBA. He's
Not straight though, sir.
missed one with the
Not
broken
straight.
ankle.
Not
Can I
straight.
finish the sentence? Are you guys okay? Did I
Yes,
say
sir. He
straight?
retired twice though, but you gotta
Did I?
give accurate information, sir.
Okay. Yes, he retired twice. All I said, brothers, I said Michael Jordan, when he played all the games. That's all I said. Nothing more. Today's players can't play all the games. I can't tell you the last time.
LeBron still played majority of the game.
LeBron hasn't played all the games.
80%. He played at least 80%.
Don't tell me about majority. I said all of the games. In the last 5 years, LeBron James has not played a full season.
And
Am I
Jordan
wrong?
didn't play every game, and Jordan didn't play every game either.
When did I say played every game? I said in the last. Do we want to check out how many years Michael Jordan played every single game compared to LeBron James, even with his 20 years?
Gary, can I ask you a question real quick? I had brought up a lot of different.
Anything.
I had brought up a lot of different, I guess, tools that would substantiate my claim as to why LeBron is the GOAT. Earlier, I gave the center argument, basically saying that the centers should just all be excluded from any list anyway, and also, it gave a few other stats and some arbitrary stats. But here goes one thing I want to talk about real quick. And you being an individual who definitely seen this individual play, Michael Jordan and Muggsy Bogues played against each other 29 times. Michael Jordan averaged 31 points, 5 assists, and 5 rebounds for the 29 encounters, right? If LeBron was matched up against Muggsy Bogues, what do you think the average in the assists and the rebounds would have been? Not rebounds, sorry. What do you think the average in the assists would have been?
I think his average would be less than Michael Jordan because at that time, Muggsy could put his body into LeBron. Unlike today. And you're laughing like Muggsy Bogues was weak.
So you're saying 5'3", 180-pound Muggsy Bogues could have done.
Who was bench pressing almost 300 pounds.
Okay.
So what are you talking about? You can look at a 5'3". Do you think you could move Muggsy?
Yes, I could move Muggsy.
So you're telling me Muggsy Bogues was better than D Rose? And he stopped D Rose in his MVP year. He was an MVP. Muggsy Bogues never be an MVP.
First of all, Derrick Rose played for how many years?
We're talking about MVP.
He had one. He had 1 year.
Hold on. Okay, no. Let's crush this argument. Let's crush this argument. Let's crush this argument about Muggsy Bogues. Let's crush this argument. Muggsy Bogues, great. I like Muggsy Bogues. 5'3" guy. Got a lot of heart. Got a lot of talent for his height and size. Nate Robinson would kill him today.
Well, the difference between Nate Robinson and Muggsy Bogues, we can look at the amount of years they played. So we can see who would kill who.
No,
hold on, let me finish. Because the number one ability, my brother, is availability. And that's the problem with today's guys that don't realize that most of them are not available to play.
Gary, respectfully, can I read something to you, sir?
Do you, brother?
Okay. Now, this is from a news article. Now, hear me out. It says, informed of that appraisal, but Muggsy Bogues shook his head and smiled. I don't know where he got that. Is it on screen? Oh, it's not on screen. Sorry about that. Let me add it to the screen. It says, informed of that appraisal, Bogues shook his head and smiled. I don't know where he got that stuff about bench pressing 350 pounds, Muggsy Bogues said. I don't even lift weights. I swim in the off season. That's all. I never look at myself as small. I just look at myself as a basketball player. So now, is this the debunking the 300-pound claim, 350-pound claim that he benches? Because this certainly is out of the mouth of Muggsy Bogues. He said that he doesn't bench that. What say you?
I was wrong.
Okay. So
but
you were more than just wrong. You falsified. Go ahead.
Wait, just real quick.
You see the difference between me and these guys? I can just say I'm wrong. I don't got to go
Yeah,
into
you
no
can't beat
long
a man up
talk.
for saying
When you're
you don't
wrong,
know.
you're just wrong.
Yeah, yes, sir. You're good. We can't beat you up for saying you're wrong. You're good. I just wanted to say, yo, LeBron James. Do you know LeBron James is top 10 in steals? He's top 10 in assists, and he's gonna be the greatest scorer of all times. And he's probably go down as top 10 in rebounds too. How in the heck?
He lost 6
Who else
championships.
can
I
match
don't care
that?
what kind of numbers you got if you lose in the finals.
But yo,
You know
brother,
what I mean? Dan
brother
Marino
Gary,
was
you
one of the.
realize it's a team sport.
Hold on
Like
there, bro.
it's a
I'll give
team
you.
sport.
Okay, I'll give you a prime example. Dan Marino was probably one of the best quarterbacks ever to play in the NFL. Do you know why they don't consider him the greatest? He never won.
But the difference, good sir, is that Dan Marino never won a Super Bowl. Neither did Jim Kelly of the Bills. Great quarterback, never won a Super Bowl. LeBron has won 4.
And probably would go down with at least. Let me ask
But
you
he
a question real
lost
quick, Mr. Gary.
6.
Okay, Mr. Gary. So if LeBron goes down by the end of his career and he wins 2 more championships, which means he won 6, let's just say he goes to 2 more finals, and let's say that he wins both of those finals, right? And so that would be what, 6 and 12, basically, right? And let's say that he has 6 championships. He's the greatest scorer of all time, which we know is about to happen tonight, probably. He's the top 4 in assists, top 4 in steals, whatever the case may be, top 5 in steals, and he's top 10, 15 in rebounds. Then will you say that he's the greatest of all time?
I'd give it to him then. If he could equal Michael Jordan and win 6, even though he's a loser, because he'd be 6 and 6, he'd still be 500. I'd give it to him because. Hold on there, Israel. I give it to him because of all the other accolades as to be in the talk. Until he's not 500, brothers. I'm sorry. My generation just don't respect losers.
But you can't call him a loser. He's lost, but he's not a loser.
So that's a loser. He's under 500 in the championship.
The CKG
okay, so 6 is the only way you're giving him props.
That's a false qualifier there. You cannot be a loser. Okay, go ahead. My bad. My bad.
The CKJ3 with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Says Phil Jackson was a rookie coach with the Bulls. I don't know what that means, but hey.
What it means is that was Phil Jackson's first coaching job. So when all you guys come, he was with the great Phil Jackson. Michael Jordan gave Phil.
That was not his first coaching job. That's a lie.
Where was he a head coach before? So that's what we're talking about, man. That's what we're talking about. Stop the,
and then he was.
Don't tell me about. We're talking about his first head coaching job.
To be fair, Phil Jackson was the assistant. He was an assistant coach with the Bulls in '87. He became the head coach in '89. So he was already in the system. So hey, I'm just saying. But go ahead.
And he was a head coach in New Mexico. He was.
Until you're the head coach, you don't call the shots. He became his first NBA head coaching was with the Bulls. Am I wrong?
No, sir. You're not wrong.
And so Phil Jackson was not this. Let me finish for a second. Phil Jackson was not this great guru that everybody claims him out to be. Michael Jackson made him known as a guru.
Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Jordan, sorry, my bad. But before Michael Jordan made brothers, I'll give you one simple thing. What's the number 1 selling shoe today, 2023?
I'm probably Jordans. I got them on right now, to be honest. Jordans.
Okay, so understand, brothers. Hold on. I'm here to make a point. This man has not played basketball for over 2 decades. For the whole of LeBron's career, Mr. Jordan has not put on. Most of these kids don't even know that when he played basketball. That is the effect of a GOAT, brothers. It's cause and effect. What Michael Jordan did for basketball, LeBron James will never do. Never. Understand? He made it global. Little kids in Africa know about Michael Jordan.
Gary, do you realize?
Little
If
kids
do you
in
realize,
China.
Gary?
Yeah,
Do you
like LeBron.
realize?
Yeah, like hold up. LeBron would have did the same exact thing. He would just LeBron control that. LeBron would have been just as marketable. His game is just as good. Like, what are you talking about? It don't make any sense. That's a dumb argument.
Gary, do you realize? Do you realize? Gary, do you realize in 20 years, Michael Jordan will be forgotten? Do you realize that?
I
That in
can't
20,
say
in
that.
20,
You
in,
can't
That's what.
say
in,
that.
hold on,
No,
hold
I
on, hold on,
don't
hold on, hold on,
realize.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Hold on, hold on, hold
hold
on.
on, hold on, hold on,
You'll
hold on.
never be forgiven.
Hold on, listen to the argument. Listen to the argument. Right now, what did we say about Magic Johnson and Larry Bird in these conversations? How do we mention them now? And think about 20 years ago. Think about actually 30 years ago. What we said about Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. So as time goes forward and our generation begins to die off and another generation comes in, they won't talk about Jordan. They won't talk about LeBron.
You're wrong.
No, no, I'm not
And
wrong because
If the
I'll
NBA is
explain
still
why.
around, they will talk about Jordan.
no,
I'll
let me tell you
explain
what.
why
Let me tell
you're
you.
wrong. Hold on, young man. I'll explain why you're wrong. Because no
Go ahead.
matter how many years go out, there'll always be the Jordan brand.
Yes, but they won't
There
associate
will
your Jordan.
never be
They
a
but they,
LeBron. That it
ah,
doesn't
but they
matter
would
what
they
you,
but, hold on. But they won't associate
brother.
the Jordan brand. They won't associate the Jordan brand with basketball anymore. They just look at Jordan brand. They just look at the shoe as a brand. It won't
I
relate to
disagree with that.
basketball.
That's
So
how
so
great he is.
No, I
listen.
disagree with that, nigga.
Brother,
I
don't
disagree
you
with that.
understand? He
All you got
bypassed
Jordan.
basketball and made it into a fashion.
correct.
I'm
Okay,
wearing
Wait,
my
now
wait. Can I say
Jordans.
this?
You know what I mean? Don't you understand?
Hey, can I
That's
can
a
I say this
talk.
though?
Well, you got the
Hey,
new
listen.
Jordans?
Well, LeBron, listen. Can I say this? LeBron is the first active basketball player to be a billionaire with a B. He is the active athlete that is a billionaire with a B.
Give me one
That's the
second.
first time.
The CKJ3 with the $2 super chat says Mike Brown was also an assistant coach as well. Now, I do have to give Israel a little bit of pushback here. With inflation, a billion is it's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but a billion is not a billion like it was 20 years ago. If that makes any sense.
Okay, but that's fair. But look,
Trust me,
chaotic. No other.
it's a lot of money, but
Yeah, but no other player, even right now, is a billionaire active.
I know.
So there you have it. Like, yo, he's the first active NBA player to be a billionaire while he's playing.
On the books. On the books. Michael Jordan is an actual billionaire that owns an NBA team that pays
Do you
him.
know LeBron owns an NFL
No, he
the
has
part in the
shares.
Boston Red Sox?
Yes, I
And do you
know.
know
So
that
does Serena
he's
Williams
part
and
owner in a soccer team too?
Why y'all making this dumb
Michael
argument right
Jordan
now?
owns. Don't tell me about part ownership.
Hey man,
Guys,
Michael Jordan is part of an ownership group that owns the Charlotte Hornets.
guys, I got a lot of super chats coming in. Give me a second.
Oh.
Mike Check with the $5 super chat says the NBA MVP is now named after Michael Jordan. Argument over. JR, can we send that $5 back? Excuse, sir. It's only because LeBron hasn't retired yet. Hold on for a second. Gary with the $5 super chat says, and Michael Jordan still has the shoe game on lock. That is true. Now, Gary, thank you so much, Gary, for the super chat, and Gary that's on the panel. Gary, I just read something, and I didn't think about this. Michael Jordan's highest salary in the 90s was $33 million. Well, with the inflation, with the actual buying power, that's actually $60 million a year. So he is like literally he was making way more in the 90s than players do now, if that makes any sense. It's the equivalent of making 60 million now. So they were paying Jordan a lot though, Gary. I gotta agree with you on that. Go ahead, Gary.
Okay,
No, that's
but you
not
gotta
accurate. Did
consider.
you know that Jordan was only making $1 million a year before that? It was only his last 2 years that he started making that kind of money. While Jordan was playing for the Bulls, he was only making $1 million a year so that they could put a
Now
team around
it
him.
says it
Yes,
says
it's a
in 90.
documented fact.
It says it now. I got to hold on for a second. It says in 97, 98, he was making 33 million a year. That's the equivalent of making $60 million now. Who's the
Right, that
highest
was his last year.
Right. So who's the highest NBA player now?
Technically, I think it's technically right now it's still Stephen Curry. I think.
Now, if you do now, wait a minute. Now, if you factor in inflation, hold on for a second. Let me see. How much is Steph Curry making a year?
I think he's making like close to
I think Dame
52,
making more than him.
54.
Oh, I can hear it. You said 54 million?
Yeah, something like that. 52, 54, something like that. Yeah, Dame might be making close to 60 soon. But I think this year Dame is not making 60. But I think by the end of Dame's contract, he'll be making close to 60 million a year.
Oh, okay. Hold on for a second.
Hey, but look, this is the thing, chaotic. Yo, so yeah, that's why I said the last 2 years of Michael Jordan's contract is when he made the big money. But all along, he was just making $1 million a year.
So technically, if Steph Curry was making the same salary in the 90s, Steph would be making 29 million. So okay. Go ahead though. Go ahead, guys.
Brothers, Michael Jordan. I'm sorry to tell all you LeBron fans, Michael Jordan, without him, basketball wouldn't be what it is today.
How do you know that?
That's not true.
Because I'll explain. Before Michael Jordan came on the scene and started to be, I want to be like Mike, we'd get 1 or 2 basketball games a week. Michael Jordan made the NBA get these big TV contracts and all that all these guys are getting their money now. Michael Jordan, he made the NBA a world brand. He is a world brand. His brand is so big. Hold on, let me finish. His brand is so big that it encompasses the NBA. Brothers, how you know my argument stupid?
Magic Johnson and Larry Bird are the ones that put the NBA on the map. They're the ones that made the game project to what it is right today. Look, the only thing Michael Jordan did was ride the wave that Larry Bird and Magic Johnson created. So he rode the wave.
If Magic, hold on there. If Magic, can you hold on a second, bro? Magic and Larry both said, hold on, Magic and I'm just saying what they said.
Hey, bro. Don't ever raise your voice like to me again. I don't know. This is YouTube. Don't go.
Who you talking to?
You, because you raised your voice. You raised your voice.
Jay, are you a man or a woman?
We're just having.
Brother, don't talk to me about raising my voice.
Go ahead, Gary. You got the floor.
First of all, Magic Johnson and Larry Bird will tell you that Michael Jordan brought their game worldwide. So I don't know why you keep bringing the Magic Johnson Larry Bird argument. Okay, get your facts straight, brother.
So this is my question. So if you put LeBron in '85, he couldn't have did the same thing.
No, he couldn't.
Oh, come on, Gary.
I disagree. I disagree with that. But Michael Jordan did set the NBA up to be on the world stage. That is true. That's true.
Gary, why is it that? Hold on, guys, because Gary's the only Jordanite on the panel. I want to hear from him. Gary, why do you think that LBJ, aka the GOAT, would not have the same stats in the 80s, in 84, 85?
It's all about attitude. He doesn't have it. He's not tough enough. Understand? That's why he could never be the face of the NBA. Michael Jordan didn't just have charisma. He had that toughness, that killer instinct. What LeBron does not have. LeBron's, to me, is probably the greatest all-around basketball player I've ever seen. But as to be the greatest player and the stature, he'll never be Michael Jordan. Never.
But LeBron is the face of the NBA, though, right now. LeBron is the face, literally the face of the NBA.
Been the face for the NBA for about 20 years now.
Absolutely.
Now, Gary,
and long as we talking about being tough, LeBron is mentally tough. Because if you think about if you think about the news channels that existed back in the 80s and 90s when Jordan played, you had ESPN, which was then Sports Center, your local news channel and newspapers. And Magic Johnson actually said out of his mouth in The Last Dance. He actually said it with his mouth, and I remember when he said it earlier too. He actually said, if you don't leave this man alone, referring to Michael Jordan, he's going to quit. And sure enough, they got too hot. The media got too hot on him, and Jordan quit. Now, fast forward to
Hold on. You're fast forward. Let's stop right there.
Let me finish.
No, just stop right there.
Let me finish.
Stop
No,
right
I'm
there.
not gonna stop.
His
I'm not
father
gonna stop. I'm not gonna
died.
stop. I'm finna finish. I'm finna finish my statement. Then you can go. Fast forward to 2003. LeBron comes to the league as an 18-year-old kid. More hype, more expectation on him than Jordan ever faced. More media pressure from all news channels across the country. Then you started getting social media reporting on this guy. For the 20 years he's been in the league, faced way more media criticism than Jordan ever faced. And you want to talk about toughness? This dude been under spotlight for 20 years and never made a mistake. That's not a sign of a weak person.
Mike Check with the $2 super chat says the stock market went up when MJ came back. I had no idea, but then again, I was 10, so I didn't really know about the stock market. Purple Haze with the $10 super chat, and thank you again, Purple Haze, for all your super chats for today, and everybody else. Thank you for your super chats as well, Gary. You also, both Garys. Purple Haze with the $10 super chat. Hey man, we really appreciate that at the Lapeef Network. Says Nike made Jordan shoes in the 90s. His shoes are still being bought now, only contributes to marketing. Jordans are only killing the shoe game now if you compare it to what Nike is putting out now. Go ahead, guys. You want to broach this? Go ahead. Or you know what? Speaking of shoes, Purple Haze, I do want to broach something that was said though. I am a staunch LeBron fan in terms of the GOAT status label. But I'm not going to sit here and say that Michael Jordan is the blame for. And it was a comment earlier about the individuals killing each other for shoes. I don't want to ever put that blame on Michael Jordan. Does anybody want to broach that? That was said in the comment section. Anybody want to broach that as well?
That's definitely not. That's definitely not Michael Jordan's fault that people are doing that. That's what people do that want to do ignorant stuff or feel like they're getting something for nothing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Gary.
They were doing the same thing for the starter jacket.
Yep. I do have to ask you this question though, Gary.
The only difference between Go ahead, brother. Ask your question.
JQ says CT is a staunch Bron sexual. JQ, I will kick you up out of here for 5 minutes. Now, Gary, I do have to ask you this question, and we talked about this before, but just for the sake of the Lapeef Network, we're going to talk about it over here. The poem, He Ain't Heavy, He My Brother. In my opinion, LeBron is the embodiment of that poem. He carries teams. Michael Jordan does not or did not have that capability. Example, when Jordan left, the Bulls still were a 500 and above team, and they went to the Eastern Conference Finals, if I'm not mistaken. What say you on that?
I think they went to the finals and played Portland.
No, they didn't.
No, I don't think they went to the
No, they lost in
Yeah, go ahead.
They lost in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
First of all,
to the Knicks.
What I say about that,
go ahead.
You ask me, but what I say about that, we don't remember losers. The difference is when Michael Jordan left, they didn't win. He left for 2 years or year and months. The year he came back, they lost to Orlando. The next 3 years, they won the championship.
But they were still a 500 team, Gary. So what was Michael Jordan?
It doesn't matter if you're 500 if you don't win.
And they
You're
still lost, so why
picture.
don't y'all count that loss? Why don't y'all never count that loss with
Michael Jordan? Because it's not the finals.
Yeah,
we
he
only
didn't
count
get
the
there,
win.
fam.
We don't know. We
so
don't
crazy.
We do not just count the finals, and Add this to it. Scottie Pippen was number 3 MVP vote that
Hold
year
on for a second.
with Michael.
Guys, hold on for a second. Give me 1 second. Let me read the super chat. Sorry about that, Action Jackson. Give me a second. CKG, Action Jackson, it sounds like you have like your turn signal is on. The CKJ, I keep saying G, with the $2 super chat says, you bring up Muggsy, but you don't bring up JJ Barea. Nango with the $5 super chat says, LeBron James has a 6-2 record in game 7s with a 34-point per game average. Please stop the nonsense about him not being clutch or tough. Oh, good point, Nango. And I want to see if Gary wants to answer this. What's that? Big Ant. Oh, Big Ant. Salute. With the $5 super chat says, just saying what up to Chaotic, and I'm out. Don't want to hear about people regurgitating a bunch of ESPN talking points. Oh, Big Ant. And we have another super chat. Guys, you guys are coming in with the super chat today. Thank you so much. Cy Slim says, with a $10 super chat, says, LeBron benefited from the playing system being centered around him. Jordan played within the system that was there. How do I join the panel, man? You got to hit the StreamYard link. Gary, since you are the only Jordanite on the panel, is it any super chat that you want to broach that I put on the screen? Go ahead, sir, because you are the only Jordan.
That one there.
Which one? This one?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
The reason why LeBron has a 6-2 record in Game 7s because he went to a Game 7. Michael Jordan never went to a Game 7. So his record, he don't know what that is. Understand?
Okay, that's cool,
that's what winners do.
Answer?
That's what winners do. Winners don't gotta go.
Okay, that's cool, but why don't y'all count the year that they lost to Orlando Magic? That's a loss, fam. They didn't get there. So it's not like he had a pure 6-0, like he just got there 6-0. Like, no, there was a gap. He lost. He couldn't even get to the finals. Why don't y'all count that?
Because it's not
Every
the
time
final.
LeBron James
You asked the question. Hold on. Stop. You
okay, go ahead.
Question.
I don't get upset. Go ahead.
No, I don't. I'm not upset. Young people, like, why you guys like?
No. I didn't say you didn't hear me. You didn't hear me. I said I don't get upset. I didn't say.
I heard you perfect. Why would I think you're upset? We're having a conversation.
Okay.
Here's how it is. Michael Jordan. You guys keep talking about Orlando. We don't count Orlando because Orlando was not the finals. We only talk about the finals because there's many teams that lost in the Eastern Conference Finals. Just ask Patrick Ewing about that. You got a regular losing. Those games don't count.
Reflect on Patrick Ewing.
I'm just saying, losing in the Eastern Conference Final means as much as Patrick.
That's the most delusional argument ever heard.
Guys, hold on for a second. Give me a second here. We have someone new to the panel. Salute to you, Leon Simon. You can unmute yourself. You're on mute, Leon. You have to unmute yourself. Go ahead, sir. Okay, until you unmute, I'll just read this next super chat. The CKJ with the $2 super chat. CKJ's coming through with the super chat. Says LBJ can't get to the finals with play-in games. Now, guys, hear me out for a minute. Now, Gary is the only Jordanite on the panel. All I want to ask is, if Gary is speaking, can we not bombard him? Just let him broach the topic, because I would like to hear. See, when you're trying to help someone out who is mentally unstable, you want to hear them out. Obviously, Gary is suffering from some sort of psychosis right now, and I want to help Gary out. He's a good friend. He always supports the channel. I really would like to hear him out. You want to hear someone who is in a mental state, a state. It sounds like he needs help here. And I feel like a lot of Jordanites need help. So I just want to listen to him. Gary, go ahead, sir. Let's talk some more about Jordan. Go ahead.
Thank you for that backhanded compliment. I appreciate you.
Any more? Okay, so here goes all the super chats. Okay, let me see. Any other super chats you want to? Okay. So you wanted me to explain the Dallas loss. I cannot explain it, Gary. But since you sent over this nice super chat, would you like to explain the Dallas loss? Go ahead, sir.
That is the greatest meltdown in the history of any major sport. What LeBron James did in the 2010 finals, what they were favored, and they let JJ Barrera, Dirk Nowitzki,
Go
Can
beat
ahead.
I
them.
can I jump in here real quick on that?
Okay,
That's a
Leon.
false
Wait a
thing.
minute, Leon. Hold on a second. Gary, give me a second. Leon, you're new to the panel. Give me 1 second. Let me read the super chat real quick, good sir. Chad with
All
the
right, thank you.
$5 super chat. Thank you so much. Says guys act like Jordan only played 6 years. Oh, this is what we were saying earlier, Chad. He lost in
That's the point.
84,
That's the point I was
85,
trying to make.
86, 87, 88, and 90. Stop the cap. So bored. So Brian got ridiculed for making the finals. Right. Thank you, Chad. I wish I had my
I, th-
soundboard on to give you
I
a
think
clap.
I think it's better to make the finals and lose than not make the finals at all. That's
Agreed.
all.
Agreed. Give me a second, real quick.
That was my
I mean,
argument right there.
Ask Jim Kelly about that one.
Leon.
okay, but
for all
okay.
the
So hold on. So would you say this, Gary? Oh, my bad. My bad. Go
Hold on,
ahead.
let me.
For
My
all the young
apologies.
people, for all the young people in the chat who do not know who Jim Kelly is, Jim Kelly, great football player, quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, lost 4 Super Bowls. Leon, what's up, man? Black history question of the day for you, sir. Who was the first black female American pilot?
You asking that to who?
I was asking you, Leon.
The first black female pilot?
First black female American pilot.
I have not a clue, sir.
Didn't think so. Happy Black History Month. Leon, you a Jordanite? Or keep it real.
I am not a Jordanite. I am a LeBron fan. I will say this before we get going. I will say that at this point in time, I will say that it's still the GOAT, but that's getting ready to change very soon. In my opinion, I'm 43, so I had the pleasure to see both of them in their prime, and LeBron's case is super.
Is there anything that Gary said that ruffled your feathers? Go ahead.
There are 2 things. I'll start with let me go with where we were first. First, I'm gonna just throw this in, and then I'll get to my main point. He mentioned the part about Jordan, LeBron melting down in Dallas and all of this and that. But what's worse, melting down in the finals or getting swept by the Celtics in the first round?
Are you asking Gary this for him to immediately answer you back, or are you gonna ask another? Go ahead.
No, I'll just let him marinate on that, because my second point is gonna kill his other point, which was talking about LeBron shooting 16% and 20% from 10 feet and out. That is an absolute lie, and you can easily Google that and see that he never shot under 35% from anywhere on the floor. So that's straight up cap. He got it behind, just like he pulled the numbers about the 350 pounds that Muggsy Bogues used to lift. And if you want to at least make an argument, just make sure you're speaking facts, because I just like to deal with facts. And if you look at the facts, a strong case. You can talk about the global this and global that, but guess what? That's just marketing behind a person. They can make anybody a big global icon if they want to, but we talking about basketball.
And that's what I was saying earlier, Leon, in the beginning of the stream. If you go back and listen, I'm 38, and they marketed the hell out of Mike Tyson back in the day. And who did he beat? He didn't beat anybody of significance. He got washed by Buster Douglas, a nobody. And to this day, don't get me wrong, the media has this love for Mike Tyson. Gary with the $5 super chat says no one player who won 3 straight finals MVP took a year off and won 3 straight MVP finals again. I'll wait. Now, Gary, do you want to broach this super chat, or do you want to broach what Leon said? Keep it real. And guys, can you please not bombard Gary just one at a time, guys. He's the only Jordanite on the panel. We gotta come on. Let's
fair point. Go ahead,
Gary.
That's a fair point.
Okay. As for being swept in the first round by the Boston Celtics, if you look, that Boston Celtic team ended up winning the championship. Any team that Jordan lost to in the first round usually ended up winning the championship. We can go back and look.
Did Dallas win the championship when they beat LeBron? Didn't they win the championship when they beat LeBron?
Well, Dallas was the underdog for that championship.
Oh
But did
gosh.
they win the
Michael jo-
championship? Yes or no? Did they win the championship? Yes or no? Because that's
who,
your point,
Dallas?
right? That he lost. Your point is that Jordan lost to a championship team. So you killing LeBron for losing to the team that won the championship. So why is that not the same? Why is it not the same energy?
I'll explain. Because Jordan never went to the championship and lost. That's the big difference, brother. You can
Okay,
lose in the first
but if he
round.
didn't
You
go
can
for
lose
more
it.
than
Hold
half
on.
his
Let me
career,
make my point. Let me make my point. You
go
can
ahead.
lose in the first round. You can lose in the second round. You can even lose in the conference championship. But don't go to the big dance and lose and think we're going to give you respect just because you went to the dance.
Okay, so you're telling me that Jordan, who played 15 seasons, went there 6 times. You like percentages, right? What
Yeah.
percentage is that?
He,
What percentage of his career was in the finals?
6 out of 15, that would be over 30%.
Okay, so you're telling me a guy that was in the finals over 50% of his career. You telling me that means nothing?
Means nothing if
That
you
means
lose.
zero.
Nothing if you
Oh,
lose.
okay. Oh, okay. So
We don't
it
count.
only
We don't
matters when
count
you win.
losses. That's all that
Okay, so
counts.
then why isn't Bill Russell the GOAT then?
Because
Because he
he
did
played with.
both.
No. I'll explain. Because he played with 10 teams in the 50s and the 60s,
Okay.
and
And
also there was 2 leagues at that
He,
time. Hold on.
he
Let me
played with
finish. Let me
10
finish.
teams. Can you play 10 teams?
Yeah, there was 10 teams in the NBA at the time,
Yeah,
and
and
then
So
and there was also ABA, which he didn't play.
and they were selling
Brother, I'm explaining.
We gotta let.
they were selling insurance on Sundays. Okay, they weren't full-time basketball players, brother. It's nothing of the same. That's why.
Okay, I'll go back to my point. Why we don't consider Bill Russell's 11 championships greater than Michael's?
Because it was
Because
8 teams in the NBA.
and also there was 2. There was the NBA and the ABA at that time.
Oh yeah,
It
that's
wasn't.
right.
I don't even think it was the ABA back then. I can't think of your name right now, but yeah, brother, it wasn't. It wasn't even the ABA back then
it
yet.
was. It wasn't. Yeah. It was just
Hold on a
NBA.
second, guys. Let me read the super chat real quick. Chad with the $5 super chat says Jordan never beat a great team in the finals. That's what I said earlier, Chad. Wow, you got to go back to
Y'all
the
don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking
guys.
about.
Guys, let me read this. Let me read the super chat. The Bulls was or were the favorite every finals matchup. You know what? I don't think that they were the favorite. It was
Versus
one
the
year I thought they
Suns,
were the
they were
favorite.
not the favorite versus the Suns. They were not the favorite versus
Yeah,
the Suns.
Utah actually was the only team that made it twice. Slim, you were next. Did you read the private chat, Slim?
No, I didn't. My bad, bro.
No, read the private chat real quick. I need you to do that for me real quick. And salute. What's up, bro? How you doing?
Oh yeah, what's going on, man?
Yeah, what's up? How you doing, man? Where'd he go? Oh, okay. Oh man, he just got off. Okay. Fantastic. You were next, man. Go ahead, sir.
Well,
Are
again,
you a Jordanite?
no, I'm not a Jordan Knight. I'm a hooper.
What's up, Fantastic? What's going on with you, man?
Oh, no,
You
wait
got it,
a minute. Slim is back. Give me 1 second. Fantastic. Okay, Slim, are you a Jordanite or are you a LeBron? Which one do you believe is the GOAT?
I'm a realist. I'm not on either side, man. I just know the reality to it. I'm from Cleveland, as you know what I'm saying, but so I hate Michael Jordan. I hate Michael Jordan. I have no love for the guy. Obviously, I had to cheer for LeBron. You know what I'm saying? He played for the Cavs. The reality is I never saw anyone like Michael Jordan. We haven't seen anyone since. LeBron is a great player. Don't get me wrong. He's in the top. He's at least in the top 10. I'm not gonna get into all that where he's at. That's irrelevant. But to me, Michael Jordan, he's not even my GOAT. But for the sake of this discussion between these two, he is the GOAT between these two. My reasoning is the killer instinct. The killer instinct, man. Like there wasn't close. It wasn't nothing close when it came to Michael, except for maybe the Utah, the second year Utah. I think that was the only time it was really close in the finals. Never passed the game 6. That's hard, man. Like that's tough to really even argue against. Like, yeah, he only made it 6 times, but I mean, he got the winning percentage in the finals flawless. So it's I mean, LeBron has a really, really bad winning percentage in the finals. One championship is manufactured because, it was in a bubble. It wasn't even in arenas. Everybody played. I don't even know if you really count that. And then, it's, the years in these last few years he's been playing, he ain't been playing for shit. He just padding stats. He's not even making the playoffs. So, it's not really looking good in LA. His whole tenure in LA is tainted. So I mean, GOATs don't really go out like that where they're not making the playoffs. Playoffs.
Do you? It's his 20th year. Michael Jordan.
No, we're not talking about years. We're talking about how he's heralded. He's still heralded as the face of the NBA. It doesn't matter what year it's in. If you on the court, and you playing, it's irrelevant. It don't matter. You still trying to chase Kareem, and we still talking about how you about to break the score. So yeah, you're making playoffs. I'm just saying, man, or you just padding stats. Let's be real.
You ain't making no sense because AD missed half the year.
Sense. You're not talking about.
How much time Scottie Pippen missed?
Who cares? Who cares?
Man, you made us a dumb argument, bro.
Players and their accomplishments. We're not talking about no sidekicks. We're not talking about players that help them get there, bro. We're talking about what they actually did. You can't make no excuses. Go ahead. My fault, Chaotic.
No, you good. Chad with the $2 super chat says Kobe last 4 years in LA was washed. Oh, rest in peace.
That was post Achilles surgery, bro. Come on.
Fantastic. What say you, sir? Are you a Jordanite, a realist like Slim, or are you a LeBron GOAT fan? Go ahead.
I am a real life hooper, sir. I actually played, studied, love the game of basketball. Okay. So my favorite player would have been Kobe. Okay. So like I said, but again, bro, you got to respect it. Michael Jordan, if you were to match everything up year for year, Michael Jordan would still weigh everything the same. He would still be better than LeBron James. LeBron James fans use so many excuses, man. LeBron James fans are the most uneducated basketball watchers, talkers, breathers, and they all want to be Savannah James. But we're not gonna get into that.
What?
This is you heard what I said. Y'all all want to take Savannah James's place, but we're not gonna get into that.
Fantastic.
I never heard
Fantastic.
that. Hold on, guys. We gotta let everybody talk. Hold on, let Fantastic wrap it out. You just got here. Gary, you have a fellow Jordanite here, so you can unmute and you guys.
I'm not a Jordanite. I'm just a basketball. I just watch the game.
Okay. Go ahead, Fantastic.
So again, man, listen. Like the brother said before me, Slim said.
Bullshit on everything Fantastic is saying. What's up?
What up is? So what's up? Jordan not only had the stats, but Jordan had the intangibles, man. It's certain things you just cannot teach. Michael Jordan had the instinct. Michael Jordan had the time. He was far better defensively. LeBron gets a lot of things overinflated. LeBron James is not a great defender. LeBron James was just incredibly physically blessed and athletically talented as to where, chase down blocks. A chase down block is not more impressive than lockdown defending and shutting down your opponent to the point of where not only on both sides of the ball, okay, Michael Jordan dominated on both sides of the ball. He would give you 30, and then he'd shut you down for less than whatever your average was. That's something that LeBron James doesn't know. How many names were made off LeBron James? Hold on, brother. I got you. Paul George was name was made off of LeBron James. Kawhi Leonard's name was made off of LeBron James. No one ever made their name off of Michael Jordan. Ever. No one.
The lies you tell.
Oh, tell it. Who made their name off Jordan?
Allen Iverson. Fantastic. You got a whole bunch of people that was Karl Malone. You got Charles Barkley. You got
they drafted the same year. They were all drafted the same
Clyde
year.
Drexler that Chaotic was talking about.
Drexler was before him. Hold on. Chaotic. I'm talking about a person that was not a superstar before Michael Jordan. Paul George was not a fucking superstar until he played LeBron in that series with the Pacers. That's when Paul George got league respect. Same thing for Kawhi Leonard. When Kawhi Leonard did what he did to him to win his first championship, that's when Kawhi Leonard got league respect, okay? So, again, no one ever did that to Jordan. Nobody. Everybody that he Larry Bird was already made. Magic Johnson already made. Isaiah Thomas already made. All those other people you named, brother, already made. There was not a person
Patrick
that
Ewing
was.
or Charles Barkley. They
Hell, you
wasn't
crazy?
already made.
They
Charles
were
Barkley
household
came
names
in
in
the same
college.
time as
Right.
Charles Barkley came in the
Thank you,
same
and he
time
was
as
still.
Michael Jordan.
But hold on. Well, he was the MVP when he finally met Jordan in the playoffs. What are you talking about? He was the league MVP when he was already established. Charles Barkley was averaging 20 and 10 for years before he ever met Michael Jordan in the finals. So what are you talking about?
So are you saying is your contention that see when you say they weren't already made, what I was thinking is you were saying that they've been in the league before
No, not
Jordan.
just in the league. Not just in the league. Is they were household names and superstars in the league. All those people were household names and superstars in the league before they ever met Michael Jordan. Paul George was not the case. Kawhi Leonard was not the case. They had their
now,
best
but Kawhi Leonard didn't even do that. Kawhi Leonard held LeBron James to 34. Come on, man. Like, think about that. They say he locked them down, and LeBron James averaged 34 points during that series.
But it's not just that. He also gave him above his average, though. He had his best show against LeBron in the playoffs. That's what I'm saying.
But he only averaged 20 points during that series. But the thing was, LeBron didn't have no help, though. LeBron didn't have like Chaotic was saying, he dragged the subpar team. Wait. No, not against the Heat, fam. We talking about against the first time when they played against the Cavs. That's when he played against the Cavs.
Well, Kawhi wasn't on the team then.
Kawhi, that was what about. Kawhi was a child then. What are you talking about,
Yeah, he was a rookie. He was a rookie when they played against the Cavs.
No, they wasn't.
Wasn't he?
Talking about? No, he was a child. I just told you when he was a kid. What are you talking about? Kawhi Leonard was a child when the Cavs played the Spurs, bro. He was a child.
He would have been 16. He would have been 16.
Yeah, he was a child. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. So no, when he played, Tim Duncan was in like his 18th, 17th to 18th year when Kawhi played him their second time when they had the back-to-back versus the Heat and they lost the first time. Ray Allen saved his ass. And then when they won against Golden State, Kyrie saved his ass. And
they was already winning that game.
Just like Kukoc,
they was already winning that game.
And Steve Kerr say this Jordan.
And John Paxson saved exactly. John Paxson, Steve Kerr saved Jordan's ass.
Well, yes, Kerr
they both had both winning shots. Yes.
Hold on, wait. But Jordan wasn't down in the series, brother. Jordan wasn't facing elimination. Yes. What are you talking about?
Look, LeBron wasn't.
What does that have to do with anything, bro?
He never went to a game 7, so you're right about that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Never went to game 7.
That doesn't have anything to do with anything, bro. Y'all making dumb arguments.
All right, brother, you try better, brother. You go right ahead, brother. It's on you.
Those is valid, man. Like
everything I said is valid, nigga. I know that.
You can't even. How can you tell me what's killer instinct?
Brother, it's the ability to know when and how to step on your opponent's neck and not let up. When to attack, when to point out a weakness, and motherfucker take advantage of that weakness. No one's better than that than Michael Jordan, bro.
So
no one.
But how can you answer this?
So just take stupid shots on.
Not stupid. Hold on, brother. Respectfully, brother.
No, you talk. So most.
Well, you asked the question. Okay, my bad.
I said most of those shots were stupid. He was taking ill-advised shots.
How can they be stupid shots when he has a higher percentage?
No, he don't.
Brother, he shot over 50% for his career.
No, he didn't. That's a lie.
Michael Jordan shot for over 50% for his career.
LeBron hit more clutch shots than him, bro.
Michael Jordan shot for over 50% for his career, counting the Washington years, brother.
Hold on, wait.
LeBron is more efficient than him. What are you talking about?
Those shots are stupid. So when LeBron take those same similar shots, are they stupid?
Oh my God, those horrible threes, those horrible fadeaway threes.
The same fadeaway.
LeBron don't
Someone got a lot of static in their mic, yo.
Yeah, that's the brother on the thing.
Hey, fantastic. How do you explain this though? How do you explain this? LeBron James is not a scorer. Michael Jordan is literally a scoring guard, and LeBron James outscored for his career Michael Jordan. So he out-assisted Magic and outscored Michael Jordan. How do you explain it?
Okay,
and he didn't take more shots. He took 2,000 less shots, actually.
It's very easy. It's really easy. Is for one, that's part of the LeBron James propaganda saying he's not a scorer when the man's been averaging over 28 points for what I say with 90% of his career. That's something that LeBron James purposely said, even though this man has putting up 30 and 50 and all this different shit the whole time. LeBron, you can't be a scorer, bro, and average over 25 points a game for your career. So that's LeBron propaganda for one. He's clearly a scorer. He's always been a scorer. He's just not he's just not respected as a scorer, not only because of his own propaganda, because again, what is LeBron's go-to move? Tell me what his go-to move is. He doesn't have one.
Talking about that fadeaway. You talking about that fadeaway?
His go-to move is a spin move.
No,
The spin off when he
the
spin
fadeaway
off.
three. The fadeaway
No, when
three.
he spin
LeBron.
off.
Fantastic. No,
Not the
fantastic.
fadeaway three. That
Hold on
fadeaway
there.
near the basket. Not the
Go-to move, make it easy, is the dunk.
Yeah, it's run through your man. Again, use his advantage as he should. Use his physiological advantage. He's 6'8", anywhere from 260 to 280. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna talk about the possible PED use. We're not gonna talk about the possible PED use. But okay, but you know,
oh come on, don't do that, Fantastic. Don't do that one though.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Fantastic. He's going to use his physical advantage to get to the basket, and he's going to score close to the basket. That's why you can't weigh their points the same. You can't weigh a 6'6" Michael Jordan who at his heaviest was 210 pounds or whatever, whatnot, what have you, and he played in the rough and tumble days of hard nosed 80s defense. Versus a LeBron James that has a much softer defense and is 30 pounds heavier than what Michael Jordan was, and he's 3 inches taller. So that's what I'm saying.
But he still got over 3,000 more points than Michael Jordan. How do you explain that?
He is. That's just like he's going to be more efficient because he's scoring a lot closer to the basket, and he's going to get a lot easier shots because again, the defenses aren't the same. And he's going to get most of his stuff's going to be inside. LeBron James is bro. LeBron James, can we be real? Like for real? Listen, LeBron James, all-time great. All right, was he better than Jordan? No. LeBron James doesn't have the footwork Michael Jordan has. He doesn't have the timing Michael Jordan has. He doesn't have the ability, the arsenal from an offensive standpoint Michael Jordan has. He's just not there on that level. And even accolades, he doesn't have the accolades Michael Jordan has. So that's what I'm saying. Again, man, the man is great. He's gonna be one of the greatest.
He's taken down 95% of Jordan's records. LeBron James has taken down 95% of Jordan's records.
It's called longevity, brother.
Yeah, what you say? You play for 20.
It's called longevity. That's why he got all the records.
Wait. Was it you to say? Was it you to say, man, brother Gary, that said the best ability is availability? Was it you that said, brother, that said that?
Yes, I did. But when Jordan played, he was available more than LeBron when LeBron played.
And he quit more than LeBron James too.
He did what?
The man can't take a year off for his daddy dying. Damn.
I know,
he retired twice. He didn't just retire once.
Jordan was going to get suspended. He was going to get suspended.
That's for the gambling.
No, he wasn't going to get suspended for that. That was a rumor. He wasn't going to get suspended for that.
But the fact of the matter is, LeBron, like somebody said, like why is he taking down all of Jordan's records? LeBron didn't go to college. He played more years. Like right out of high school, than Jordan played. Didn't he stay 3 years in college?
3 years. Junior.
That took away from his actual NBA playing time. So also another thing, LeBron has shot 27,800 shots. That's damn near almost 4,000 more shots than Michael Jordan ever took.
Yeah, so how can you say he got in 3,000 less shots if he shot more shots?
Pass first player.
Nah, because last time I looked at it, he shot less shots than Jordan. Bro, maybe it was Kareem. Maybe it was Kareem.
Yeah,
I think maybe it was Kareem. My bad. I got it conflated.
It was when
I'm on basketball reference right now.
He passed Jordan a long time ago.
He didn't pass Jordan a long time ago.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you, brother, is this. Of course,
the 2,000 shots that he's talking about.
Let me land. You gotta let me land though. Let me land though, bro. So my thing is like he's got this pass first label, but he's actually the dude then shot like 20. He shoots like 20 shots a game. That's not pass first.
Let me read these super chats.
Pass first.
Let me read these
always averages the most shots on any team. How is he pass first?
Let me read these super chats real quick.
Bro.
Chad, my apologies. I meant to read this when you first sent it. With the $2 super chat says Scottie Pippen guarded the best player. Stop the cap.
That's
Perry Unlikely says for the $5 super chat says Kobe has killer instinct and is a better scorer. Yet LeBron James has a higher point per game than Kobe and beat Kobe in every single offensive category except free throw. John the Baptist with the $20 super chat says chaotic. How much to drop Fantastic and Gary? Oh, don't do that.
Come on, John. Come on, man. Don't be scared.
They can't take the truth, Fantastic. They don't like it.
Let me answer John the Baptist. 150 a piece, and they're gone for the rest of the stream. Go ahead.
Listen, man. Let me say this. Let me address this Kobe hater. Listen, man. This is another thing
You
that no one ever
capitalist,
talks
you.
about. This is another thing no one ever talks about. Kobe Bryant is the only all-time great player who had to wait 9 seasons to get his own team. I'm gonna say it again. Kobe Bryant is the only all-time great player who had to wait 9 seasons to get his own team. Kobe Bryant didn't even get played until his second season, bro. He didn't get a start. He wasn't starting until his third. So again, when you guys aren't waiting this, you aren't giving. Either you don't know, probably you don't know because you're a LeBron. You're LeBron stan, right? But furthermore, again, Kobe Bryant was playing behind 2 of the best guards in the league, Nick Van Exel
Eddie
and
Jones.
Eddie Jones. Okay, they finally got that deal done, and Kobe didn't start starting until what? I want to say 98 or not 98. Yeah, 98, 99. Okay, so Kobe's average in points per game aren't in his true points per game because unlike LeBron, he didn't come into a franchise on his own that was his own. All right. Now, again, Kobe is way better than LeBron from an offensive and defensive standpoint. Also, he had better.
Well, God rest Kobe Bryant's soul.
Yeah. Come on. So again, man, and like I said, it's not taking anything away from him, but again, no, it's just look. Jordan is just different, dog. If you're a basketball player or you really know the game of basketball, again, it's no shade to LeBron, but y'all LeBron stands, man, y'all take it too far. Like, bro,
Kobe played 20 years too, though. Fantastic. So
yeah,
you can't do that.
Kobe also suffered an Achilles thing. He missed a year, and Kobe honestly should have retired, bro. Kobe should have retired after that Achilles injury. He shouldn't have came back. He wasn't the same. The only person I think to ever come back from an Achilles injury and be the same
it's
KD. No, not just KD, but also Dominique Wilkins. Dominique Wilkins had a came back.
But he still didn't dunk. He didn't dunk like he used to. But he was.
But his points per game, his points per games were, were still the same. He still had the same impact, a similar impact. So that's what I'm saying, man. That is a catastrophic injury that's pretty much ended 90+% of in careers. And I think Kobe was just, he was Kobe. So he had the mercy and the determination to do it. My bad.
No, I'm saying like Holman for the $5 super chat says Magic Johnson said, don't get too close to Jordan because they will call a foul. No one could even look at Jordan. Now, for you Jordan sympathizers or you basketball realists, would say you about that? Slim, Fantastic, Gary, would say you about
that? Those were true fouls. You literally can go on YouTube right now and see this man get clotheslined.
Yeah, that's he used to, they called it the Jordan rule. They used to destroy him going to the basket in Detroit. It
wasn't even just
and you do the same, and you can look up LeBron getting pulled down out the ass.
No, hold on. Wait. They like things that you get ejected for and you get suspended for now.
Yes.
Jordan would have those fouls during the game, like regular games
and regular season games. Not even just playoffs.
Wait, bro. You gotta let me land, bro.
That didn't know how to play defense. All they had to do was just pull people out the air.
You gotta let me land, bro. You gotta let me land. Because the fact of the matter is, Jordan literally, these players weren't getting ejected. They were able to do it the very next play. If he came down and they threw him out the air, he would fall, he'd get back up, go to the line, knock down the shots. They could do it the very next play. They're not getting ejected.
Yeah, they're not.
Totally different game.
Yeah, you're not even getting a flagrant. You're not even getting a flagrant call.
Flagrant 2, you're getting ejected, and you're not playing the next game. You're not playing the next game.
What they're forgetting, here's the major thing that they're forgetting. They used to use 15 fouls on Michael Jordan a game, every game. They used to have guys on the bench just to come hit him.
No, wait. Nobody's arguing that playing dirty is a good thing.
Yeah.
They just made.
That's what it sounds like.
Jordan.
No, we're just actually talking out and speaking out about the whole Jordan thing. Someone said, listen, Magic.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, Magic Johnson was one of the best like shit talkers and most competitive people ever too, bro. So again, of course he's gonna say that about Michael Jordan because he wanted the advantage and he wanted to play that game in people's mind too. So again, man, listen, Michael Jordan, when it came to Michael Jordan, bro, Michael Jordan took all of his licks and bumps. You can see it, all right? And it wasn't just the 80s. Even in the 90s, it was the same thing because Michael Jordan got mad and he was fucking yelling and hollering at the refs for not calling calls. You feel what I'm saying? So again, and LeBron James does the same thing. And I know all these LeBron James fans are fucking sensitive because of a missed.
Gotta stop swearing, bro.
A missed regular season foul call where he traveled beforehand. Why don't y'all talk about it? He traveled before that motherfucking Jason Tatum arm slap. Maybe that's why the refs didn't call it. Okay, you know that there's a such thing when you play in a game of basketball where there's a no call or a makeup call. Like let's say the refs know you traveled, but you got to the motherfucking rack and you got fouled. So okay, I'm not gonna call the foul because I didn't call the travel. And if I had called the travel, it would have been a turnover anyway. But at least if I let you go through the travel and get through it with you being LeBron James, 6'8", 260, all this other shit, whatnot, what have you. If you're the greatest,
Bro,
a little arm slap shouldn't matter.
Stop
Where did I lie, brother? Where did I lie?
Stop that, bro. Because every time you bring up an argument, bro, you got to talk about the man's stature, bro. A foul is a foul.
Brother, that's a big part of it, brother. That's a big part of it.
Just because they called a game like that and because of who he is, that still don't make it right, bro.
Hey, guys, let me read these super chats real quick. And fantastic, we per JR, we have to and not just per JR, per YouTube, we have to watch out on the vulgarity as well. Homie with the $2 super chat says, not in the finals. And Chad Poole with the $2 super chat says, why is Kobe in this conversation? Dude had Shaq. Tell them, Chad. Tell them.
Okay. And
he won 2 championships after Shaq.
Rest in peace, Kobe, but Kobe rolled the bus. Let's be
again.
honest.
Well, hold on. So why didn't Penny win then? So why didn't Penny Hardaway win with Shaq? Awkward silence. Awkward silence.
Oh,
why did Dwayne Wade? Hold on. Why did Dwayne Wade only get one? Why did Dwayne Wade only get? Hold on. Why did Dwayne Wade only get 1 championship with Shaq? Awkward silence. Awkward silence. Okay. Why didn't LeBron? Well, I can't use. I ain't gonna do that. Look, Shaq was.
Why didn't Kobe get a championship until Gasol came?
What, bro? Are you really? Hold on. Hold on. Are you telling me that Paul Gasol is better than anybody that better than Dwayne Wade overall? No, he's not.
Didn't say that.
Right,
I just said he didn't win it. He didn't win it until he got Paul Gasol. Matter of fact, he was trying to get up out of there. He was trying to get up out of there.
Did you know?
Come on, bro. One at a time.
Did you know who Paul Gasol was before he went to the Lakers?
His last year in Miami. Paul Gasol.
Hold on.
Dwayne Wade.
Hold on. Let me just ask this one question. So before Gasol came, is this true or false? That Kobe was ready to get up out of there if they didn't bring him.
He requested a trade. Yes, he did. He demanded a trade.
Okay, if Kobe is so nice with it, why does he need anybody? Because
everybody needs somebody, man.
But y'all expect LeBron to do it.
But he's never done it by himself.
Shot besides LeBron.
He's never done it by himself.
Bro, LeBron
nobody did it by themselves.
So that's why that makes an argument. Ask him why didn't Kobe win until Gasol get there? A stupid argument. Everybody needs somebody.
Well, no. Actually, there's one person that didn't need somebody. There was one man band championship in modern history, and that's you. You should tell me. You should know the answer. Who was it?
Mr. Giannis Antetokounmpo.
No, it wasn't him. No.
Nope, because he needed Chris Middleton.
It was Hakeem Olajuwon. It was Hakeem Olajuwon. None of those. I don't even think he had
him either.
Yes, you crazy as hell. When he won the first championship, who's with him? Tell me the superstar or the all-star that was playing with him before.
Kenny Smith.
He had Kenny Smith. He had the other dude. I forgot his name, but he used to get buckets too.
So what are we talking about? Averages. None of those people even average over. Bro, none of those people average over 15 points a game. What are you talking about?
What does that mean with anything? I mean,
he didn't have a superstar. I'm going to ask you again. Brother, I'm asking you a question. Brother, I'm asking you a question. Brother, I'm asking you a question one more time. Brother, I'm asking you a question one more time. Tell me the superstar that he played with for the first championship. Go.
Well, obviously he didn't, but they had a good
All
team.
right. So like I
No
said,
difference
what I
than.
said
Hold
stands.
on, hold on. Let me answer your question. But that's no different than any other good team like the Spurs, who didn't necessarily, in my opinion, have a superstar,
Are
but
you
you can
crazy?
still win that way.
Hold on.
No,
So are you talking about David Robinson, like Hall of Famer David Robinson? Or are you talking Hall of Famer Tony Parker? Or are you talking Hall of
bro.
Famer Manu Ginobili? Which Hall
Did
of
I
Famer are you
say?
talking about?
Hold on. Okay, okay? Listen to what I said. I said superstar. Now we can
Okay,
talk
so
in
David
circles if we
Robinson.
want. Hold on, hold on. Oh, I'm answering your question. We can go in circles, but let's be honest, brothers, on this panel. When we were in that time, David Robinson and Tim Duncan, even for that matter, were not superstars. They were just
Wow.
known as dudes that's fundamental guys that
I
gets it
can't talk
done,
with this guy.
but
I can't talk with this
they
guy.
were not considered
Oh my
superstars, bro.
God!
Yeah,
This
yeah.
guy
Hold
Did
don't
on,
know
this
fam.
about
guy
Wait,
just
wait,
say
wait,
basketball.
fam.
the
Fam,
Admiral was
fam.
not a
Wait,
superstar?
fam. David Robinson was a superstar. David
Thank you.
Robinson
He
and
was
even
an
Tim
MVP.
Duncan.
Whose man's
They
is
were
this?
superstars.
Whose
They
man's
weren't.
is
They
this?
weren't the most. They weren't the most flashy, or they weren't the most outlandish. But they were considered superstars in the league. Tim
Hold
Duncan
on,
is
Bro,
arguably. Wait,
That was
wait.
a
Tim
really
Duncan is
bad
let's say,
take.
arguably the top. Hold on.
okay, I'll
Hey, yo,
concede
Tim
this.
Duncan is
David
arguably the
Robinson
top
may have been,
power forward.
Robinson may have been one, but I stand on this to this day.
brother. They even had a name.
Ken Robinson is one of the greatest power forwards of all time. But you'll never convince me that he was
Who?
a superstar, bro. He just
Who?
never
Tim
even had.
Duncan
Tim
is
He never
Robinson.
considered
had.
Mr.
one
Fun,
of the.
He never had.
hold on
He
there,
never
young
had the
fellas.
perfect
Hold on,
game.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
He
hold
never
on,
Tim
hold
had
on.
it.
Robinson and
Hold
Chaotic.
on,
Are you
young
trolling
fellas.
us?
Hold on
Are
a
you
second.
trolling
Hold
us,
on a second.
chaotic?
Are you
Chaotic. Are you
telling
I
me
trolling
don't
us,
mean
that?
to
fam?
conflict. I don't mean to take it way off
Hold,
track, but I'm just
hold
speaking
on, no,
my
no, no,
opinion on it.
no, no. You're gonna tell me, Mr. Fundamental, a double
Yes.
double his whole career is not a superstar?
The greatest power
Yeah,
forward ever is not a superstar.
Right.
A
That's
guy
what
who
I was
that
said
just
he's the
about to
greatest
say. He's
power forward
considered the
ever?
greatest power forward ever.
So
wait,
That's
so
what I was
wait,
tell
about
me
to
wait.
say.
this. Tell me
Who's
this. Tell me this.
chaotic? What?
Was Tim Duncan better than Charles Barkley?
Yes, he
Yes.
was.
Hell yes. Hell
Charles Barkley
yes.
said it. Charles
You
Barkley said it. Chaotic. Why you
Hell
trolling us,
oh
yeah.
man?
my
What's
God.
going on,
Oh my
chaotic?
God. He being
Wamba.
Yes,
biased.
brother.
Why you
There's
Yes.
no
trolling us?
way.
Who's this
There's no
guy?
way in hell. No
Tim
way.
Who's
Duncan
this
No
got
way.
troll?
5
No way.
rings, young. And he had
Right,
something to do with all
with a
5 of
good
them.
team. With a good team, I'll
He
give him
had
that.
something to do
But
with
as an
all 5
individual,
rings, bro. Tim
I'm not
Duncan had
saying
something to do with
listen,
all 5.
I'm
Brother,
not
hold on.
saying he's
Hold on.
trash. I'm just saying as an individual player, if you got one game to win and you can have Tim Duncan, not on the Spurs, but you can have Tim Duncan or you can have Charles Barkley.
Tim
Y'all brothers
Duncan.
are telling me you taking
Tim
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 Duncan?
Duncan,
Duncan.
Of
fam.
course you take
Tim
Mr.
Duncan.
Fundamental. Hold on,
Superstar.
Chaotic wants to
Tim
read his
Duncan, he
thing.
clutch. He
Hold
a
on,
hit.
hold it. Let Chaotic read his.
John the Baptist says, "Fantastic is on thin ice." Now, guys, hold on for a
What?
second. It's getting a little out of hand. Okay, hear me out for a minute. What I'm gonna do is, for 5 minutes, I'm gonna have on basketball realist and Jordanites real quick, and then I'm gonna bring back the panel. Give me a second. I'm gonna drop everybody other than Slimmy, Slim, other than Gary and Action Jackson. So it's just nobody on here but people who are realist and Jordanites. Go ahead, guys.
All right, man. Let me spark it off. Listen, bro. Again, LeBron James, one of the all-time greats, whatever, top 10 all-time, whatever. Bro. He cannot be better than Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Michael Jeffrey Jordan is the GOAT. Okay. Not only is Michael Jeffrey Jordan the GOAT, like basketball, we just stick with the basketball. Again, man. Offensively, Michael Jordan was better. He had a better offensive arsenal. He had a better skill set. He had better footwork. He had better everything. He was better, even a better team player, okay, than LeBron James. Yes, I said that. A better team player than LeBron James, okay? Because you know what? He played both sides of the ball and he know how to utilize his people better with the people he had. Michael Jordan didn't ever in the mid-season, every trade deadline, demand a whole team and control the team. As powerful as Michael Jordan was, one of the main things Michael Jordan complained about was what? He had no power over the GM. The GM had more power than him. He didn't choose and pick his team and change out whole rosters every season or every other season. He took what he had and he won. Okay.
Okay. Now, me being an individual who did not play basketball at a high level, I played like 2 or 3 games from my magnet high school, by the way. Give me 1 second. Perry Unlikely with the $5 super chat says Kobe didn't have his own team because he wasn't good enough as a rookie. He still is an all-time great. Michael Jordan is a better player. LeBron James possibly better career. I'm gonna keep this super chat on the screen real quick, but I do want to ask Fantastic a few questions. Slim, you played ball in high school, right?
Nah, man, I ain't really playing high school. I was just a street baller.
Okay, and
Yeah.
Gary, you played soccer, so
No, I played basketball in high school. I'm sorry, I wasn't. I know I'm born in the '60s, but we did have it in the
well,
'80s
I mean,
too.
because you're from Jamaica, that's why I had to make fun of you. Now,
Yeah.
but Fantastic, you said you played basketball at a high level, correct, sir?
Not high level. I went to the military, but I've been playing basketball for over 20 years, bro.
Okay, I'm just listen. I'm a casual watcher of basketball. I used to watch more basketball when I was younger. I don't watch a lot of it now, but I do have a few questions for you specifically, Fantastic, and Slim and Gary. You can chime in as well. Now, if you go back to the earlier stream when I first came on by myself, I mentioned that centers should not be a part of in terms of like stats, right? Because a center is a trust fund baby. They hit the genetic lottery. 7 feet, you pretty much can stand under the hoop and put the ball in. And I also mentioned that most centers have been bust, and I gave names to many of them, many centers. One being Kwame Brown, who was the overall pick, and many others, right? So what I'm trying to get here is let's use Wilt Chamberlain, right? And I said Wilt Chamberlain, in my opinion, is a trust fund baby. Incredible genetics, but he played in a league that only had 8 teams. The average height for the NBA players back then were 6'4", 6'5", and you could even argue that the talent pool wasn't the greatest because basketball was relatively a new sport, particularly at the professional level. Is it wrong of me to say that Michael Jordan is, and please forgive me, similar to a Wilt Chamberlain? He played in a weak NBA. Hear me out, because the 70s statistically was the worst. So the 80s had more talent, I guess. But was there really a lot of talent, considering when I watch highlights, players weren't the best dribblers? Hear me out. Just hear me out. I'm coming from the perspective. Now, this is what I see. They weren't the best dribblers. They weren't the best talented in terms of skill set, particularly with the centers. So the 80s being a fast-paced game, higher points were scored. That is true. Is it wrong for me to say that Michael Jordan is the equivalent of Wilt Chamberlain in the 80s? He played in a very weak NBA and into the 90s with an expansion team that diluted the NBA. Is it wrong of me to say that as a casual watcher?
No.
I know I'm not a hooper, but that's what I feel like when I watch Michael Jordan.
It's wrong for you to say it. Yeah, but
that's dead ass wrong.
Yeah, it's all the way wrong. And again, I don't know. Did you mean Wilt Chamberlain, or did you mean you saying Wilt Chamberlain and you meant Bill Russell?
No, I meant Wilt Chamberlain, and
okay.
I also mentioned
Bill Russell. About like the height disparity and the talent disparity. Talent disparity.
They look like they're more talented than everybody, but what it is that they just have an advantage over the entire league. And I feel like Michael Jordan just had an advantage over the entire league. He was
okay. Well, I can explain it. I can explain it to you from both things. Again, centers are taller, but everybody that's tall can't play basketball. Okay, that's why you think like there's clearly where you say there are far more Michael Olakandis and David Bowie's than Shaquille O'Neal's and and Lou Alcindor's, right? So again, that kills that. Just because you can't teach size, but everybody doesn't know how to utilize size, right? That's one thing that covers the center thing. So as far as the Michael Jordan thing goes, no. Again, the defense, there was actual better defense in the 80s, and you had all of the things you have now, but with actual defense. The NBA has purposely ushered out defense so they can make a better product to bring more casual people in. They don't like defensive games. They want as many high scoring games as possible. That's why the pace has increased a whole lot. Michael Jordan was, and everybody will tell you this. You can't take. I'm a nobody on the internet, okay? But when Larry Bird, Charles Barkley, Magic Johnson, even Isaiah Thomas says Michael Jordan changed the game of basketball. Okay, and what he did was something unseen of anybody ever in the history of the game. That has to have some weight to it. So no, he competed at the highest level, and like you said, he transitioned over two eras. The 80s, which was dominated again by legends. He had to get through Larry Bird. He had to get through Isaiah Thomas. He had to get through Magic Johnson. He had to get through Clyde Drexler. He had to get through all these people. He had to deal with all these teams that were, people didn't know as much about, because then too, you got to understand and see, bro, you didn't have cable and stuff like that back in the 80s like that. So, there was no NBA League Pass. So it was some great teams and great players that he played against. You just never ever know his household name because of the, the lack of exposure due to the time and the era. As the 90s went on, and he caught fire after the Olympics, and made basketball global. Basketball didn't come global until after the Dream Team in the 1992 Olympics. Okay, a lot of people don't know that. So again, Michael Jordan not only did stuff for the stuff on court, but also off the court, and expanded the game of basketball the way everybody wants to play it. Even people like Paul Gasol and people like that tell you, hey, they picked up the game of basketball and they play basketball, and basketball as big as it is globally because of Michael Jordan. But yeah, man, just from a basketball standpoint, I don't know, bro. Like I say, if as a hooper, you can see Michael Jordan, and his game was flawless, both sides of the ball. There's nothing he could not do. And like I said, and most importantly, like you said, even once he was past his prime, quote unquote, and he was able to come back and do what he did in the Washington days, it shows you. And you had people telling you that. You know what I'm saying? Even hell, after that, when he was an owner and he was bodying players that was crazy enough to talk, you know what I'm saying? These are current NBA players playing a permanently retired GM or owner Michael Jordan at 40 plus years old, and he's still able to dominate the game. So again, man, it's nothing that can be said that can refute that, bro. He's just that guy.
I can refute that because
Slim,
I got a little pushback for you.
And Slim, after you get your answer, can you also broach the super chat too, and then we can get back to the everybody else. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So basically, actually, it was Bird and Magic that actually changed the game of basketball. They made it like Jordan. He was on the cusp of. He came right in the cusp of when they had actually changed it. And it got more sensationalized through Jordan. But actually, it was Bird and Magic that actually that did the actual change, because that rivalry that they had was something new for basketball. Also, the flair that they played with, it was that's when it started. That's what really brought what Michael Jordan was doing. It all incorporated almost at the same time, but Jordan was just like, he was just the rival. He was just the guy that was a young guy that came in and kind of like was putting up mad numbers, where everyone else, Bird and Magic, they were more like team players. Where Michael, he was actually the focal point of the team, but he was just really young and he was really athletic. So, they actually had already changed the game, but it was just like, it wasn't about the teams anymore. And it was like Magic, Bird, and Jordan. It was more so about those were the first superstars really of the NBA. But it was Magic and Bird who had like kind of set the precedent first. But I want to get into something else that you said that I did agree with you with, and also, about how the game had changed. The game, and as far as what Chaotic said, like how Michael Jordan, he could never be like the Wilt Chamberlain of basketball. Basketball was just a totally different game back when Michael Jordan first came in the aspect of coaching. You had to listen to the coach. Coaches were still in control of the game. They're not in control of the game now. Like this is the thing. There was systems set in place. And if you didn't follow in that system, and if you were too athletic, they really didn't use you. So like now it's just more so athletes are like the stars of the NBA. They're not necessarily the most skilled all the time, where you get players that kind of leak through, where if you could just dunk the ball, like you could be in the NBA. You couldn't do that back then. Like Darvin Ham, the coach of the LA Lakers, he literally could do any dunk back then. He could barely stay on the NBA roster. He couldn't do that. They didn't care about you just being athletic. You literally had to have basketball IQ and do what the coach said. If you weren't coachable, you kept getting moved around. Now there were some exceptional talents that weren't really coachable like that, but their talents just exceeded, and their skill set just exceeded though at those times. Players like Rod Strickland, Latrell Sprewell, they kind of exceeded all that. Those were kind of like the first names who really came through. They were kind of like rugged, more raw players. Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, formerly known as Chris Jackson. Those players, they weren't necessarily like coached. They kind of like did what they wanted to do, and it kind of cost them. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, whereas they still were names that you knew, but they weren't superstars. They weren't able to make it to that level because they just didn't get pushed to the light. So if you were really a certain type of player, then you could play. but they weren't gonna let you have so much shine. You know, it was a different NBA back then. I
All right.
remember a couple of
To
my,
cut you off,
know,
hold on. You're
wait,
going a
hold
little
on,
long. You're going too long.
wait,
We got lots of people here. You're going a little long.
hold on, bro. Bro,
Let's
you're waiting for
finish.
a while, bro.
Let's get back to the super
That's
chat
all I was
real
gonna
quick.
say. I know people who I know personally. It was a lot of politics in basketball, whereas you could not play. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of things that happened. Like if the coach didn't like you, you weren't playing. You could actually sit behind a lot of players who you were more skilled than if the coach didn't favor you. So it was a totally different game back then. So as far as the skill set goes, it was a lot of play. The skill set hasn't changed. They just didn't allow certain things back then. Like you never played out of position. That's another thing that I wanted to point out. You weren't bringing Anthony Mason. He was like the first point forward. He wasn't going to be that dude like that. Like it wasn't no LeBron James back then. Anthony Mason was literally that. You know what I'm saying? He was like a LeBron James. He was a 6'8" dude who could handle the ball, who could bring the ball up the court off the rebound, and he could pass, but they just didn't like that. They wanted the point guard to bring the ball up the floor. That's where the game changed that though.
Real quick, Slim, can you broach this super chat real quick, and then I got to move on to the other super chats.
It's accurate, but at the same time, I don't think it matters if it didn't matter if he was good enough to play as a rookie or not. It's just the fact that they already had a really good established team. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody's just moving Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones out the way, like I believe Fantastic said earlier.
Yeah,
they just not moving them out the way, man.
Yeah, that wasn't true though. That wasn't true. It wasn't that he wasn't good enough. Is that, bro? Even they weren't playing high school players like that.
Yeah,
exactly. Like KG, even KG, bro. Like I said, had to, he didn't get as much love as he should have got. I think he ended up just starting his first year, his rookie year or whatever, but it wasn't in the beginning. They did not play.
Took him a while.
Yeah, it did. It's not. People don't understand eras, man. And like the brother was saying, bro, certain eras and it's just certain rules and certain things, unspoken rules. They was not starting. There was no such thing as a high school player with his own franchise in the 90s. But thanks to Kobe, thanks to Tracy McGrady, thanks to KG, that's why LeBron was able to come in 2003 and have his own fucking franchise. So had there not been a Kobe, had there not been a KG or whatever, maybe we don't have the LeBron we have because LeBron doesn't get the chance to fucking come in and put the whole weight of the fucking franchise on his shoulders. Just saying.
Okay.
Some Gary names in between there too.
Hold on.
Gary with the $5 super chat says, "Chaotic, you are tripping." Josh says Kobe and Jordan never won a championship without Phil Jackson and Tex Winter's triangle offense. You guys want to broach this super chat real quick?
Hold on. Hold on. First of all, Jordan changed the game from a big man game to a guard game. Not Magic, not Bird. I'm not asking a question. I'm talking what I've visually seen. In the 70s, it was a big man game. In the 80s, it was a big man game. When Jordan came in the mid 80s, it became, because of his ability, a more guard-centric game. Jordan, what he did for basketball, I don't know if you guys can. Basketball wasn't even in the top 3 when Jordan came in. They had baseball, football, even hockey was outshining basketball at the time.
What year was it? What decade was it?
Right, coming into the 90s, in the 80s. In the 80s, basketball wasn't in the top 3. Hockey.
Yes, hockey.
You got there was a guy named Wayne Gretzky. I understand. So when Michael Jordan came on the scene, understand, when you guys are saying that they could advertise anybody and bring them around the world, before Michael Jordan ever advertised anything, there used to be a guy named Dr. J that used to be advertising things. They couldn't bring that around the world. Then you had Magic and you had Bird. They couldn't bring it around the world. When Mike came, it went around the world. I hear you guys talk about the expansion that it watered down the league. Without Michael Jordan, there would never been expansion. That's how popular he made basketball. Understand that Africans, Chinese, Middle Eastern, people in South Americans all picked up basketball. That's why you have a league now that you can see a guy from Croatia, a guy from Hungary, a guy from someplace playing basketball. When Michael Jordan came in the league, you might have had 3 foreign players, and they were exceptional. Because Drazen Petrovic is probably one of the best shooters that ever played in the NBA. Understand? So when you guys want to compare LeBron, who plays, and I'm sorry for him because he's a great player, but every basketball player plays in the shadow of Michael Jordan. And every one of the old school guys, if you ask them, they'll tell you it's Jordan.
Yeah, but
Every one of the
Can I
greats.
They
can I
just
jump
more
in here?
humble, man. They just more
let me
Can I
read the
humble.
jump
super
in
chat
here
real
real
quick.
quick?
Let me read the super chat.
Okay.
Chad, hey, thank you so much. Chad with the $2 super chat says LBJ took every rookie head coach to the finals.
And so what?
That's the super chat.
He lost most of those finals. So what?
And Jordan lost most of his playoffs.
So what? But what's
It's
the
same thing.
ultimate
And so
goal?
what? You can
What's
say
the
so
ultimate
what all you
goal,
want, bro. That's not
brother?
no argument. Quit saying
Brother,
so
what's the
what,
ultimate
and
goal
come
of
with
the?
say something other than so what.
I'm about to ask the question if you let me, brother. What's the ultimate goal of an NBA season?
For every
To
team,
win
the
a
ultimate
championship,
goal
of
is to get
course.
to
To win a
to win a
championship, brother. All right.
championship.
So thank you. I rest my case. Checkmate. Go right
That's
ahead.
not resting
All
no
right,
case,
all right.
but
Let me.
okay, Jordan didn't win every year, bro. That's
Every
Neither did
time he
LeBron.
went, he won.
Hold up. Neither
it
did
doesn't
LeBron. You're
matter.
not a good debater, brother. Brother, you're not a good debater. You ain't got to yell.
Hey,
Neither did
that's
LeBron. So that's a moot point. You're making a moot point.
I'm not making a mute point because you keep saying the
Moot,
same
moot,
exact
not
thing.
mute. Mute and moot are two different things, brothers. MOOT, not
I know
MUT.
what the hell I said, just because
No, you
you
said
want to.
mute. You said mute, brother.
I know what I
Don't
said.
do him like that. Don't do
Just
him
because
like
you
Nah,
that.
don't understand fucking
he don't
English,
know what you're dealing with.
I don't give a
All
damn
right,
about what
let
you know.
Leon get a
Well,
word in edgewise.
let me jump in here real quick.
My bad. Let
So
me stop for a
honestly,
second. Go ahead, bro.
what a lot of what the Jordan Knights, I guess what y'all want to call them, said, I actually agree with as far as where the league was, you know, how things are different as far as, roles. You can't just come in the league being 6'8" and think you're gonna handle the ball. I actually agree with all of that. My only issue is with people that just support Jordan so much, they act like he didn't have other people that put him in a position that he was able to do what he did as well. Like there was no Jordan without first having the Larry Birds and the Magics that already had basketball at a certain level, and he just took it to the next level. I don't discredit Jordan for that, but to me, you still can't discredit LeBron for the position he was in. I look at it across the board. When you come in the league, what do you do with what you have in front of you? That to me that's all we can judge it by, because we can argue back and forth all day about, well, Jordan had this, LeBron didn't have that, Magic didn't have that. Like nobody's career is going to be exactly the same because time moves on, the game evolves. Like there's nobody. Steph Curry didn't have the same situation that LeBron did. So we can go on and on. But at the end of the day, when you choosing a GOAT, honestly, if we really want to get this conversation to what it's really about, it really just comes down to personal preference and what you like and how you like to see the game of basketball played. For me personally, just me personally, how I love basketball, I like the all around and the adaptability that LeBron has to do the same thing he does in various situations. He did it on 3 different teams. He did it with 3 different players. We see right now with the Nets. Just because you put a team together don't mean you're gonna win. So my biggest thing to the Jordan people is like you got to give the man credit for being able to succeed not only on one team but on 3 different teams and do the same thing that y'all try to discredit and say, oh, well, he had help, he had this guy, he had that guy. Just having somebody don't mean nothing because it don't mean you're going to win a championship.
Can I
It
ask this
doesn't.
question?
It's been proven.
Can I ask
So
this question
that's
real
my
quick?
only thing I wanted to add in there. Like I said, everybody's making very good points. I'm not going to even sit here and go back and forth about it, but we got to keep it fair. The same comparison that you want to credit Jordan with, to me, you got to credit guys in the future, because if that's the case, then nobody's ever going to be better than Jordan, because in my opinion, nobody's going to ever get an opportunity to win 6 straight because the league is too competitive now. So go ahead. I'll
No,
fall
I just
back.
want to ask this
He
question
didn't win
real
6
quick.
straight though.
Mike Check, thank you for the $2 super chat. We're gonna get to that in a minute. I lost my train of thought. Anyway, I'll read the super chat. LBJ claimed he was the GOAT. Mike did not.
Exactly.
Everybody else said Mike is the GOAT. He
Yeah,
don't have to
and
say it.
LeBron James.
LeBron
LeBron
didn't
said I was the GOAT. LeBron James
He,
did that on his little barbershop show. He said it.
Nah, he said at that time I felt like I was the GOAT. Come
Yes,
on, man.
No,
Let's keep
exactly.
it
He
real, man.
said it. He
He said
said
in
it.
that
Keep
moment,
it real.
Why
that made
every
me feel
time,
like I was the
every
GOAT.
time you say something, bro, you gotta belittle the man. You gotta belittle the
I'm
man.
not belittling, brother.
Yes,
You're
you will.
taking
You
it that
talking
way.
about that? No, that's what you're doing.
You taking it that
It's
way,
just
bro.
like
What you're
if you win $1
doing.
million in that moment, you gonna feel like you the greatest man on earth. Like that's all
No,
he's saying. He's
fam,
not
no.
saying,
When it
I'm
comes to
I'm the GOAT
when
over
it comes
Jordan.
to
He
compare,
also
bro,
said Jordan was the GOAT. So
bro,
how you conflate those two?
when it comes to a competitor, any competition in any sport, and to the people asking, yes, I do got a channel. But yeah, to when it comes to any sport, bro, it is semi-sacrilegious for you to claim GOAT status. It's that he did it. No other person has done it, bro. Michael Jordan didn't do it. Kareem didn't do it. Magic didn't do it. Bird didn't do it. None of these people that have been, and Michael, and he was LeBron James, the first one to utter those words, bro. That was that, and again, that's another part of the LeBron James propaganda train.
no,
It's a
fantastic.
power
What does
train.
that?
No, Mr.
What does
Fantastic.
that mean? Why you can't
Mr.
say that?
Fantastic. Let me ask you a question real quick. Okay, is it sacrilegious across all sports or just basketball? Because certainly in boxing, boxers claim they're the greatest of all
Thank
time all
you.
the time.
Thank you.
That's team
Well,
sports. Okay,
let
It's
me.
not a
team
team
sport.
No, no,
sport.
no.
Hold on.
It's
Only
not
in
a team
Team
sport.
sports.
yeah.
Team sports. Again, when you're talking about something to where,
Yeah.
especially a pugilistic sport, a combat sport, of course, there's indefinitively where you can do it to where I beat everybody you put into me
Okay.
by bare hands or by physical things. It's just me and this
Facts.
man. Yeah, it's okay for you to say. But when you're in
Okay.
a team sport that spans over generations and generations and it's different eras and things, even that, right? Even people have that argument. A lot of people have that argument. Some people still think that Muhammad Ali is the GOAT. Muhammad Ali is the GOAT in comparison to Floyd Mayweather, right? But then Floyd has his arguments. He says
Yeah.
this isn't this, and then all the people say whatever. So again, man, but still, for you to say it as a basketball player on a team sport, again, when you have a losing record in the finals, and then to the brother's point, brother, you actually disproved your point because LeBron James did have a chance because he went to 9 straight finals. He went through 9 straight. Michael Jordan never went to 6 straight. Okay, Michael
Because
Jordan
he wasn't
had
good enough.
no, it wasn't because he wasn't good enough, brother. It's because he
Yes, it
retired one
was.
year and he came back.
No,
What's the name? So again, brother, you're very, very invested, and you're proving to be the stereotypical
I'm not
LeBron James
proving
fan, bro.
nothing. You doing the same thing with Jordan.
No, I'm
He could have
not.
won.
I
He
already
could have
told you,
won.
bro. I'm speaking
Why
that
he
I'm
didn't
speaking
win?
facts about
Why he
Michael
didn't?
Jordan.
Why he didn't win in the '80s, bro?
Bro, he didn't win in the '80s because he didn't have the team and he didn't have the coach.
No, he had a team. Why he didn't
And,
go?
and I and what? So why did you hold on? Why did you purposely just jump over and I said he didn't have the coach? Coaching is extremely important in championship level basketball, brother. Do you not know that?
So what is LeBron coaches?
Okay, that is wrong. The reason
Any
why he
one of
did
his
not,
coaches
hold
ever
on,
been?
little brother.
No, no,
You
no.
asked why he
Any
didn't
one?
win in the
No,
80s. I can
I'm
tell
Little
talking
you.
to him,
brother.
bro. You not
Little
letting the
brother,
conversation.
Give
little
I'm
brother,
Vontae.
talking
take
to
your
him.
time.
I'm
He
talking
didn't
to
win in the
fantastic.
80s because
I'm
he
talking
didn't
to
have one of the super
fantastic.
teams.
I'm
There,
talking to fantastic. I'm talking to fantastic.
you asked the question. You don't want the
No,
answer?
I was talking. I was going back and forth with fantastic. I wasn't
Okay,
talking to you.
I'm with you, bro. I'm
The
listening.
Detroit Pistons is why he didn't win in the '80s.
How about
And,
the
and
Boston Celtics
no,
and the
but
LA
Them
Lakers?
Fantastic.
too. Them too.
Fantastic.
but no. You can't
Fantastic.
count that. You can count the Celtics because the
Fantastic.
Celtics bounced him in the playoffs before he even got a chance, and then he did lose to he lost to Detroit, but then he beat Detroit to get there. So again, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So he still evolved, and it had to do with roster was a part of it. He wasn't the same until Scottie Pippen got there because before Scottie Pippen got there, he really didn't have any help. He didn't have any help, and then he had a horrible system. Again, and coaches are extremely, extremely important in championship level basketball and playoff level basketball, bro. It's just that important.
Okay, fantastic. Ain't that similar to what LeBron had to go through?
No, what are you talking about?
His first 7 years, with Cleveland. Who came to that team on Scottie Pippen level?
No, nobody. In Cleveland,
Okay,
no, nobody.
he went to the finals his 4th year.
Yeah,
Okay,
and he
so
got
then
swept.
he
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let's do this now. If you're gonna do it, you gotta do it all the way. So he went to the finals, and what happened?
went to the finals. He got swept.
Okay.
But now fantastic. Now he was 20 at the time, 19 or 20 at the time, or 21 maybe. So I
He was
mean,
22.
and you're up against 22, and you're up against a dynasty right now. So
Yeah, but you can't. You listen. Look, listen. That's just like no one says it about KD. KD did the same thing when he lost to the Heat, right? KD
Okay,
lost to the Heat, and nobody gave
who
KD that excuse.
see
If you get there, you got. If you're good enough.
you just told me that coaching is very important. What Hall of Fame coach does LeBron have? Has LeBron had?
Hall of Fame? I don't think not one yet.
Spoelstra
Okay.
will be
What
one.
good
I
coach?
don't know.
What
I
good
don't know if
coach did he
Spoelstra will
have?
make it. Spoelstra would be the best candidate, but I can't call Spoelstra a Hall of Fame level coach unless he wins another championship without LeBron, and I doubt it. I don't think he's going to do it. So I'll give you that. I'll say none. I'll say he had zero. I'll say that.
I'll ask you this though: what system has LeBron played in?
His system.
Yeah, it's been his system.
The LeBron
Okay,
James system.
okay. So
Yes,
he,
always
I would
LeBron's
just
system.
add this: Jordan had the benefit of being able to play in the system because honestly, before Jordan got his good coach, who had a system to put in place to help them succeed and win, he was basically just a volume scorer and losing games. So,
Wait, what?
like you said,
What?
Huh?
Wait, what?
Wait, Jordan
listen
didn't.
to what I
Wait.
said.
That's a bad.
Until hold on. Listen to what I'm saying because this is facts. Until Jordan got his coach that put the system in place, Phil Jackson put the triangle system in place to take advantage of his skill set within a system. Jordan was a volume scorer, no different than a James Harden or somebody that's just go out there and get buckets.
Man, this is the
I'm
tone,
not
man.
downplaying his skill. I'm not downplaying his skill. He
Brother,
dribbles
you
on
put hold on, brother.
But
You
as far
mentioned
as
him next to
winning,
James Harden, brother. You mentioned him next to James Harden. That's disrespect.
I'm saying as far as
Sacrilege.
he was a scorer. He was killing the league. He was terrorizing everybody in the league, but he wasn't winning. Is my point. I'm talking
Okay,
about
yeah,
winning
but again, I've already
because
conceded
y'all
that
said
point.
it's about winning.
I explained that when I said he didn't have the coach in the system. You're repeating what I already established. The reason why
Right,
Michael
but my
Jordan didn't
point,
win.
but my point with that is
fantastic,
this:
fantastic.
if
I got one
winning
more coach.
if winning is related to you said it depends on the coach, right?
Yeah, when
So
you're talking playoff level, yes, and important, yes.
You praise Jordan, who had the benefit of getting a system that actually helped him win those championships. But I'm saying LeBron has never had a system and still managed to win four.
But LeBron did
Doing
have a
it,
system.
doing it.
Hold on, brother. LeBron James
That's
does
why.
have a system.
Oh, you
Hold
told me he
on.
don't have a system. That's why I asked
Yes,
you what is his system.
I literally
It's
said
the
he does.
LeBron
He had
James
his own.
system. It's
He
built
had his
around him.
own system and literally that's why he gets the coaches he gets. So this is one of the things. And again, I'll give
And
LeBron credit for doing this.
what is that system? Basketball wise, what is that system?
Fantastic. I got one more question for you, brother. Hey, so can you at least go with this narrative, right? You're saying coach is very important. If LeBron James had Phil Jackson or he had Pop, could you say his playoff record would be his final record would be 6-4 instead of 4-6?
No.
Okay.
Why not?
You know why? And I explain to you why. Because LeBron James can't play in the system. That's why. That's hold on. Wait. Think about this now. LeBron, hold on. LeBron James is a reason why. There's a reason why, and everybody was trying to figure out how and why. That what's his name? Help me out, Gary. Down in Miami, he didn't come down and coach. What's his name?
Pat Riley.
Yeah, Pat Riley. It's the reason why everybody was expecting Pat Riley to come down and see it. Pat Riley had the understanding of knowing like, hey, look, it's no need of me even doing this because if I do this and I try to make this guy do my way, it's not going to work. Again, LeBron James is pretty much a one of one to where he knows how to fucking play in the way he plays. Hey, give him the ball, let him run the offense, give him some shooters, and hey, he's going to make a way and give at least one more other guy. He's going to make it a way and give you a good chance of winning. If you try to put LeBron, that's why LeBron didn't like. He had chances to go to the Spurs. He had chances to play in all these different places with these great coaches. He didn't do it. Why? Because he don't want to be put into a system. He can't play into a system like that, bro. I'm not saying he can't play, but he wouldn't be LeBron inside of a system like that.
That's not true.
But if that's true,
though,
wouldn't that be more impressive if that's true?
Show me where he's at. I agree with you. I said that.
Let the man read his super chat. Relax.
LeBron's not coachable.
It's a lot of super chats. Give me a second, real quick. Perry Unlikely with the $5 super chat says, brothers always talk liberation. LeBron James did that for players, but people gloss over it. Despite the meerkat or I think he meant to say fact.
No, he's talking about Bearcat and his thing. He's talking about his Abby. He's talking about his avatar. He's 38.
Oh, despite the. Oh, okay. So does anybody want to broach this? Just one person.
No, I give it. No, you're right. Listen, LeBron James gave players like a player should not be loyal to a franchise. Again, I don't take anything. I can be on both sides. LeBron James is very, very important to the way players make their money, get their money, and the players move around. The NBA is a business. Okay, I don't give a damn how much. If you know what I'm saying, start being productive. What is the franchise gonna do? They're gonna move your ass. They're gonna trade you. They're gonna cut you. They'll get you up out of there. So LeBron James proves to these players is, hey man, don't be loyal to this franchise because the franchise is not loyal to you. Get the most possible money you can get and move whenever you can move. So I'm not going to blame him for that. I can't blame him for that. I joke about it. Everybody talk about the GM and stuff or whatever. But again, yes, LeBron James did do that. And that's great for the players.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Nango with the $5 super chat says the most important person in the Bulls organization after Michael Jordan was Jerry Krause. Tap, you're on mute, but did you want to answer this question? You're new to the panel. Did you want to answer this? Tap, we can't hear you. Okay. Gary, you want to answer this super chat real quick?
That's 100% facts, because if it wasn't for Jerry Krause, the Bulls would probably run it back for the next couple of years. But he didn't want to pay the people. That's why what they said about LeBron giving people freedom is one of the most important things. I'll give him his props for that you are free to take your service to where you want to get money.
Okay. Really, it wasn't LeBron that started that. It was really the agents. You know what I'm saying? It's really the agents that really allowed that to happen. You know, the agents started getting to the players. It's a lot of agents. I can't name them all. The one dude, David, I can't think of all those agents' names. It's really them that was really in the ears of the players so they could make more money. They was like, hey, man, you don't got to be loyal to these franchises. It really was more so an unspoken thing that agents really started doing. It really wasn't the players for real.
But LeBron was the first one to do it, though, bro.
LeBron really not the first one to do it. It was a lot of players. It was a lot of players way before LeBron.
Name them.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. I will. Like for one thing, like Glenn Robinson. These players was coming in. They was making demands. Steve Francis. They were making demands, and they were saying stuff like, "Oh, Steve Francis was definitely the number one guy."
No,
wait, hold on. Let me land. Okay. Let me land. Steve Francis was the main one because he said he came in and he said, "I'm not playing for Vancouver." Period. Like T-Mac could be one. Like even though you could kind of say T-Mac, he kind of forced his way out of Toronto, maybe because he didn't want to be in his cousin's shadow, Vince Carter, but for different reasons. But it was a lot of players who started saying, "Hey, I don't care about being a part of no franchise. I'm my own entity as a player." Steve Francis is one of those guys. There's a lot of guys who came in way before LeBron who really had this mentality. And I could tell you it's somebody who I know, a friend of mine actually, Steve Logan. He had that same mentality. I don't care about no franchise. I'm my own player. And it kind of cost him his career. You know what I'm saying? So like,
well, I'd like to differ on you guys saying about Steve. Oscar Robinson was the very first person that broached free agency. Learn your basketball a bit.
It's not about learning basketball. I can only tell you about the players that I know. Firsthand, I wasn't alive when Oscar Robertson played. So I can't speak on Oscar Robertson.
But we're talking about free agency.
But
you have to speak on.
I'm not just talking about free agency. I'm talking about players saying they're bigger than the franchise. I'm not playing for this franchise. I don't care who you trying to put me on. I'm going to demand what I want to for myself. We're not just talking about free agency. I'm talking about the players that stood up for themselves over the franchise. They said, these are my demands. You're going to meet them. KG was one of them. He told Minnesota, I'm going to be out if y'all don't give me $100 million.
Yeah, but no, brother, again, you're leaving out a lot of context. And just Gary, quick, Big O played for the Kings too, right? The Kings, okay. But no, listen, brother, this is what I'm saying. You using someone that's refusing to be drafted by somebody is not the same thing as a guy that had, a homegrown hero who had played his entire career in his hometown, took them to a finals, like you said, in 4 years. Took them to a finals in 4 years of being there. Gave all this stuff about I'm going to stay here. I'm, Akron this, Cleveland, home, Believe land, all this shit or whatever. And then you up and leave, brother, on a national television special. Okay, no, that was totally different. Those guys, all the stuff you're talking about was stuff that was either behind the scenes or not publicized at all because it didn't really matter. And none of those players you named are on the level of LeBron James.
It
When
don't
LeBron
matter the
James,
level. I'm not
yes,
talking
it
about the
does. Yes,
level. I'm talking about
it matters,
I'm talking about the mentality.
brother.
I'm not
That's what I'm
talking
trying
about
to
the
tell you.
level. I'm talking about the mentality. And there's other players that I can't really think of right now too.
No,
They
but
did the same thing.
yeah, but that's what I'm trying to tell, bro. What I'm trying to tell you though, when Steve Francis left, bro, Steve Francis didn't have he was done in Houston, bro. It when he demanded anything, Houston no longer wanted to play him, so they got rid of him. And I think he was in.
No, bro. He got drafted by the Vancouver Grizzlies.
Fam,
and he said he wasn't going to play there. I'm talking about the mentality of the players. That's where it started. It started way before LeBron, though. That's what I'm saying. It started way before LeBron.
Fam, I covered that, and that's totally different again from a guy being a franchise player. Steve Francis said that before he ever played and stepped foot on in the game. I understand people do that draft night all the time, bro. That happens a lot. I'm talking about again the level of the face of the NBA doing what he did, bro. It had never been done before.
That's true. He's right.
Yeah, but we're not talking about being the face. We're talking about actually setting a standard and changing things as far as that wasn't a standard. People had already done that. People had already hold on, wait. People had already done that, and they didn't care about being. First off, Shaquille O'Neal did that, bro. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Shaquille left. He left after with Penny. What are you talking about, bro?
Exactly.
He bounced. He bounced. Again, no. There is no again. Shaq was the face of the face of the NBA.
That was a trade.
No, it wasn't a trade.
It was not no trade. What are you talking about?
It wasn't a trade. But no,
it wasn't no trade. He bounced on the Orlando Magic. They had Penny Hardaway. They just went to the. Didn't they just leave the finals like a year after that?
They got swept the next year. Yeah, there was a year removed. They got swept by Jordan. They left the next year because
Jordan you're right. You're right. You're right.
He left because Jordan was back. And again,
regardless of that, I'm just saying I'm not over. Wait. I'm not arguing about who was in the East. I'm talking about the fact that he was the face of the franchise.
Yeah, the face of the franchise.
He was the face of the franchise. He was drafted there. He was larger than life. There was nobody bigger than Shaq. Not even Michael Jordan, for real. Let's be honest. Nobody was bigger than Shaq.
When Jordan played, nothing was bigger than him.
Listen, nobody was bigger than Shaq at that time. Anthony Hardaway. Hold on. Anthony Hardaway was working on being on the level of superstardom that he was on the cusp.
You didn't lie.
He was on the cusp of being working towards where Michael Jordan was at.
Yeah, that did not got hurt.
He was
right.
No, I'm saying, but
I'm telling you right. I'm agreeing with you.
Shaq was bigger than that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying so it's not the first time. I'm just saying LeBron wasn't the first one. Shaq walked. A couple other players, and they'll hit me, as conversation continues. I'm just saying it's just go ahead, my fault.
Yep, no problem.
It wasn't the first.
Chad, well, they've already broached this already, Chad, but in the interest of your super chat, thank you so much for the $5. Jordan, Kareem, Isaiah Thomas, the real Isaiah Thomas from the Pistons, all had legendary coaches in college and in the NBA. LeBron James never had that in his great. Now they already broached that.
Yeah, that's it. That was his choice.
If you, in the interest of your super chat, they can broach it again if you want them to.
Go ahead. That was his choice, bro. LeBron had a great coach in Phil Silas, and he got him fired. Paul Silas. Excuse me.
Yeah, because he tried to put him in a system.
Thank you, because Paul Silas was a OG.
He was a coach.
College
he was
coach.
a real coach.
Thank you,
LeBron. And I'm gonna keep it a real. Like I said, if you don't know, I'm from Cleveland. So we actually saw this. The coach, it was a coach before him. I can't think of his name. His his son is a coach now too. The coach before him was so. Shut up, man. The coach before him.
Guys, shut up.
I'm just clowning, man. I don't mean it for real. No, I can't think of his name, man. It was a short guy, brown skin, looked like Sherman Hemsley, but he was bugged out, man. He was the coach of the Cavs.
Lenny Wilkins.
No, bro. No, hell no. Lenny Wilkins is a legend. Lenny Wilkins is a legend.
But he didn't coach.
Not Mike Fratello, are you?
No. The black guy, man, looked like Sherman Hemsley. Oh man, what's his name? He was a drug addict, man. He had LeBron.
So
He
you
was
want him to
LeBron.
have a drug addict?
Hold on, no, chill, no.
You're talking about John Lucas.
John Lucas, thank you. His son is a coach.
All right.
John
So
Lucas,
you
thank
said
you, bro.
drug addict. I knew who you were talking about.
Yeah, John Lucas. This how wild things were, and Paul Silas came in and changed everything. John Lucas is the reason that damn near LeBron got drafted for real, because this went into that hype. You know what I'm saying? It was Carmelo Anthony and LeBron. It was still on the bubble who they was going. John Lucas had LeBron James in high school at Cleveland Cavaliers practices, bro. This was crazy. They were out of control, man. It was out of control. LeBron used to be practicing. He played against the Cavs at practice. He was at these practices. I know for a fact, I'm not going to name no names who told me all this stuff, that it was out of control. They brought in Paul Silas to get things out of control because they knew they was going to get, they was like, all right, we're going to get LeBron. We see what he's doing here at these practices. He's dominating these NBA players. We got to get him in here. They got him in there. They drafted LeBron. They brought Paul Silas in because John Lucas, he was going to run over him. He was going to run over him. Paul Silas, I don't even think he lasted a year with the Cavaliers, or maybe a year, and then he was gone.
Nah, he was like a couple years.
The first thing he did was he shut Ricky Davis down. That was the first thing he did.
Yeah.
He told Ricky Davis, he was like, Ricky Davis, I don't care what you did before I got here. I don't care. I don't care what you did before I got here. You're gonna follow my coaching style. Ricky Davis was doing wild stuff. You know what I'm saying? But he was putting up numbers for the Cavs. But Paul Silas, he wasn't going for it. So when LeBron got there, he was just like, all right, well, we gonna play within this system. And some crazy stuff happened, man. I don't remember exactly what happened. And they had a beef, man, and Paul Silas was gone. He was gone, just like that, in the blink of an eye.
Thank you so much, Slim. Captain Drano with the $5 super chat. This is for Fantastic. Now, Tap, you can get in after Fantastic is done. At Fantastic says LeBron system stems from his younger years, which gave him the pass first mentality, which is the system you are condemning. ... at Fantastic. Go ahead, sir.
Listen, man, this is more this is the more LeBron James propaganda. It's more LeBron James propaganda.
Stop saying the same.
Can I go?
Hold on. Let me go, and I promise I'll get it to you. Listen, man, more LeBron James propaganda, man. LeBron James is not a pass first guy. LeBron James never averaged 10 assists a game. Okay, again, if he's a pass first guy and he's passing passes like that, he would have been double digits in the two. Never done it. Never ever done it. Okay. Now, does he make decent passes or whatever and all these different things? Yes. But at the same time, LeBron James, the reason why he had a lot of those passes is because he didn't have the cojones, okay, to take the final shot up until after Miami. Until after Miami. Okay. So until he gained the confidence to be able to put and be that guy after he proved that he can actually win one. The whole pass first mentality came from LeBron and his inability to put the team on his back and take the big shot. That something that Michael Jordan has always done. All right. And like I said, I know what about Steve Kerr? Again, that's one. If you'll bring up Steve Kerr or whatnot, what have you, that was actually a play that was drawn up. And Michael Jordan had a lot to do with that play himself. He explains it.
So what happened in Orlando? Yep. So what happened when LeBron played Orlando? He hit the shot.
Hey, bro, let me go, bro. I just got in, bro. I don't mean to be rude, but I've been listening to you niggas talk, and y'all been sounding crazy, fam. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. Hey, bro, first off, I want to say, dude just said that Bron ain't never been clutch. That's cap. When Bron first came in the league, bro, straight out of high school, bro, nobody had the
get it out.
Nobody had to deal with what Bron had to deal with.
False. It's false.
That's first off, bro. All right, my bad, bro. This is my first time on the panel, so cut me a little slack, bro. But with the clutch nonsense, bro. If you go back and watch Bron old games, especially in the playoff, bro, Bron one of the clutchest players in the league, bro. That's this narrative that Bron ain't never been clutch is cap, fam. He hit like 2 game winners in one series against Washington when he was playing and when they had Gilbert Arenas. Now you can go back and look at it. This is facts, bro. He hit 2 game winners in the same series, but the only reason niggas be up here talking about Bron ain't never been clutch is because of Skip Bayless, Stephen A. Smith. Every single game he's ever played, whenever he miss a shot, niggas get on TV the next day and start talking about how Bron ain't clutch, bro. That's not true, bro. Bron got more game winners than Mike. He got more playoff game winners than Mikey and Kobe combined. And I want to address the last point where dude said Bron not a pass first guy. I agree he's not a pass first guy, but what y'all don't understand is Bron is not a volume shooter like a Kobe, like a Jordan. Bron never took more than 22 shots a game. Bron only took 22 or more shots a game. Let me finish.
Yeah, still average 20 shots.
Let the dude finish, man. Relax.
Bron only averaged 22 or more shots 3 times in his whole career, bro. When you look at Kobe and Jordan, bro, Jordan averaged 22 or more shots like 11 times, bro. He played 15 years, fam. So they not the when people try to get up here and always talk about Jordan got 10 scoring titles. Jordan scored a lot. Of course he scored a lot, nigga. He took 50 shots a game. You gonna score a lot.
Brother, he's called a shooting guard, brother. It's called a shooting guard for a reason.
But you got small forwards still taking the same amount of shots that shooting guards take. So point guards take the same amount of shots. Hey, I took 30 shots a game. What that mean? He wasn't a shooting guard. He was a point guard, but he still took 30 shots a game.
He was a point guard when he did that. He was a shooting guard when he did that.
He was a shooting guard
the rest of his career.
He was a shooting guard
the rest of his career, dog.
Bro, can I finish?
He was a point guard only his first
year. You want to put some money on that? You want to put some money on that?
Bro, regardless of the position that you claim,
I thought so.
Bro, they got Bron listed as a small forward, but he run points. So that don't make sense, bro. I'm saying that Allen Iverson was never a shooting guard. He never was on the outside at the 3-point line waiting on the ball. He always had the ball in his hands, bro.
Everything after 97, brother, he was listed as a shooting guard, brother. He was literally listed as a shooting guard, brother.
What you listed as don't mean that's what you are, bro.
And that's what he did, though. So what do you say? Hold on. So wait. Are you arguing? Are you arguing that Allen Iverson was a point guard post 1997?
Eric Snow was the point guard.
Yeah,
and Aaron McKee.
Yeah,
Eric Snow and Aaron McKee were the point guards, bro. That's not true, bro.
So Allen Iverson was a pure shooting guard. That's what you said. He wasn't a point guard. He was a
obviously, he just was short.
You just said it. He took 30 shots a game.
He was just short, man. He was just short.
Man.
So he
took 30 shots a game.
Bro, hey, I had the ball more than Eric Snow and all them niggas, bro. How is he not a point guard?
Bro, that don't make you a point guard, bro.
He didn't dribble the ball up the floor every play, though, bro. He didn't dribble the ball up the floor every play.
Usage rate don't make you a point guard, brother.
Bro, Chris Paul don't dribble the ball up the court every play. Bron don't dribble the ball up. No point guard.
Nah, it's very few guards that have more usage than Chris Paul.
Yeah, we talking about. Yeah,
Chris Paul definitely.
Way more.
No,
bro, AI had way more usage than any shooting guard. Name a shooting guard that had as much usage as Allen Iverson.
Nobody. He probably had the highest usage rate.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Because he was
you're defeating your own point.
He was the shooting guard.
He's a shooting guard.
He wasn't the point guard, bro.
Respect it, brother.
He wasn't the shooting. He wasn't the point guard, bro.
Isn't this a dumb argument? Stop.
Yeah, let's slow it down real quick. Oh, let's slow it down, brother. So hold on. You made a great point saying that Allen Iverson took 30 points per game. You're being a little hyperbolic. He didn't take 30, but he took a lot of shots, right? Okay, so him taking a lot of shots because he was a shooting. Oh, you got it, man. You got it.
Allen Iverson played point guard in 04-05. He played point guard in 05-06. He played point guard in 06-07. He played point guard in 08-09. He played point guard in 09-010, 08-09. Bruh, he played point guard half his career, bro. What are you talking
about? Brother, all those years you're naming, now tell me the minutes per game he played. He wasn't playing. He was on the bench. He was benched.
What? Bro, that's hold on. Let me answer that question first, then we can go to the next one, bro. And I'm looking at it on the internet, bro.
I know you're looking at it, but you're leaving out the context.
It's not necessarily accurate what you say.
You're leaving the context out, bro. He was out of the league.
Bro,
he was on his way out of the league as an 05, man.
Bro, y'all just said that he was listed as a shooting guard, which made him a shooting guard. Now I'm saying he was listed as a point guard, but y'all still saying he was a shooting guard. So which one is it? Because he's listed as a shooting guard that he is a shooting guard?
What did he play mostly as? What did he actually play? What is he actually known for? When did he win his MVP? What was Allen Iverson when he won his MVP? His best season ever. What was he?
You changing the argument? Quit moving the goalposts.
I'm not changing the argument. No, I'm not. Listen, no, I'm not. Y'all niggas love running. I mean, y'all dudes love running.
Hold on. Let me say.
You said he was listed as a shooting guard, bro.
Bro, I already
Hold on. This
For
is
one, if you
this
go
is
back,
crazy.
I
I'm
said that
glad.
he was listed as both because his first season he was a point guard. His
Yeah, it was.
rookie season,
Yeah,
Allen Iverson was a point guard. I already
first two.
acknowledged that.
First
What
two
you guys
actually.
are purposely leaving out is that after he left, especially Denver, all of those point guard things don't even matter because he wasn't playing. He was benched. He was benched. It's not cap.
He played 15 games and listed at point guard on Philadelphia when he went back. When he got traded.
Just let me read
retirement
15,
season.
he got traded, and then when he went to Denver, he was shooting guard.
Shooting guard, thank you. And when he actually played, when he was in the Pistons.
This is crazy because this is something I didn't know. Like y'all talking about Allen Iverson who took 30 shots a game, right? He averaged 21.8 shots for his career. Literally one shot more than LeBron.
But that's because
Hold on. Let the man read his super chat.
Thank you so much, Gary. JJ Carver with the $20 super chat. Salute to you, JJ Carver. Says these debates fail to point out who the real GOAT is because people factor in arbitrary metrics and data to substantiate who they feel is the best player. Yeah, I gotta kind of agree with you on that, JJ Carver. Based on pure digital stats, who is the GOAT then? Oh, yeah.
What does he mean by pure digital stats?
I guess he's saying that if you were to just look at just
it would be LeBron.
Just stats.
No.
Yeah,
but basketball is more than that. Again, that's what I'm saying. You can't do that. Again, people can have stats, but they're not necessarily better than the other player. That's why we have these debates. It's plenty of people that it's players that's going to have a better average than Kobe had. But are they better than Kobe? Hell no. This player is going to have a better average than, let's say, Allen Iverson, or better yet, like Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah Thomas is a perfect example. There's going to be plenty of players like Chris Paul and whatever that have better stats than maybe on Isaiah Thomas. But is Chris Paul better than Isaiah Thomas? Hell no. Would anybody on the panel say that Chris Paul was better than Isaiah Thomas?
No, but his stat, I don't even know.
You add. So that's why you can't just use accolades, though.
But wait a minute.
But wait a minute. One thing. Hold up. The super chat is saying stats only. I'm disproving this, and I'm proving the point as to why you can't use stats only, because accolades, championships, and actually knowing what that player was in his era, in his prime, or the time that he was dominant matters. That's why you can't just use the numbers. You can't just go by the numbers.
You can use the eye test tells you a lot too, but this is another thing where you can't go with stats because for instance, if you go with the eye test matters the most.
Very important.
A lot of y'all wait. Yes, it does, because if you didn't watch a player, how you wait a minute, hold on, chill. If you did not watch a player, how you gonna tell me who's better if you didn't see certain players?
Because I know for a fact if we was at the park, you'll choose Jamal Crawford over down there any NBA player in the league right now.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah,
you getting kind of wild. But look, this is what I was gonna say. Why you can't really use stats, because stats and metrics and analytics don't even necessarily win you championships. A lot of the teams. I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of these teams that's using analytics, I believe the Houston Rockets was using it one year, and they actually were really close to being really great teams. And then that dude come in, Daryl Morey. He started using all these analytics, and the team started going down. You know what I'm saying? Like they started playing.
Chris Paul got hurt.
No. This is before Chris Paul. This is before Chris Paul was there.
Yeah, real quick, fam. Exactly. And that's how and why James Harden got the big buzz he got, because Daryl Morey was looking at his analytics so much. And what people don't understand, if you really go and you look into the stats for James Harden, this man was taking more 3-pointers and free throws than 2-point shots as a shooting guard. Okay, that's a problem.
Yeah,
that's a problem,
and they were looking at the analytics. Saying like, oh, there's a higher chance of you scoring more points and you running up the numbers. But they aren't talking about the defensive side of the ball. They aren't using actual basketball logic to make judgments. They're using stats, and that's why you can't use stats as a metric. Strictly in digital stats as a metric to determine who a GOAT is. You can't use that. You have to actually go by championships. You have to actually go by things that actually occurred, the era. You have to actually go by how much defense a player played. All this goes into into making someone a GOAT. You know what I'm saying? My personal GOAT is like my personal GOAT is Magic Johnson. And it's more so not really stats, you know, for me. It's more so the way he approached the game. How could you be the best player on the floor, but you share the ball with every last player? You still and you still
out of here with that shit, man.
Well, you don't know basketball, so I can't even debate with you if you don't know what I'm talking about. But
Bro,
Magic Johnson was literally
came in
Magic
the league
Johnson.
and had,
Can you let me finish, bro? Because you probably weren't even allowed to watch
y'all
Magic.
niggas
I actually watched.
y'all didn't even let me finish,
watched
bro.
Magic Johnson play. I actually watched these games on actual TV. I'm old enough to know. You know what I'm saying? So I get. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know how old you are, bro, but I actually watched these games. Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson was literally a one in a lifetime player. Granted, LeBron James is amazing, but Magic Johnson, he literally was the best player on the team. He could have taken a shot whenever he wanted to. He literally wanted to get everybody involved. It was energetic. And it ended up being infectious, and all the other players wanted to do it too.
That's and bro, actually, Magic is another one of those great players you can use too. For example, like where his averages or using stats alone. If you look at Magic's stats,
you can't really gauge how great he was by his stats because he was more so in the team. He bought into the aspect of team. That's why I think even me personally, why I hold him over Michael Jordan, because he was literally the ultimate team player. The ultimate team player. Nobody
hey, bro, can I go
greater than me.
So LeBron not the ultimate team player?
Absolutely not. He's absolutely almost the I'll say the antithesis of that.
I'm trying to understand.
Yo, bro.
To me,
don't let these little LeBron fans go crazy if you say that.
No, I'm trying to understand why he said Magic can take a shot whenever he want to. Magic can't get 27 in the game if he imagined it. So don't even try to put these guys in the same category. The only thing similar about
what are you talking about? Magic could have scored on anybody. He wasn't that type of player, bro.
Magic, he ain't built like that. He can't score. He can't score like that.
Wait. Because you guys are leaving out certain aspects. Magic Johnson, when Kareem went down, he hit the shot to win the championship.
What are you talking about? As a rookie, guys. We talking about 27 points per game.
No. Wait. Hold on, bro. Magic Johnson had killer instinct. You downplaying who he was as a player.
I'm talking about scoring.
Man, I'll catch you next. Hey, how often you do this sports thing, man?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You know what? I was just like trying to come up with something different. You know, normally I do politics, fantastic, and trending topics, but maybe we should do more sports. Like this is the first one I ever did.
Usually catch way before the thing, but I saw you on, so I just picked it up. But shout out to y'all, man. Yeah, bro, I'm out.
Big up, fantastic.
Hey, great conversation. Hey, chaotic. Chaotic. If you message me on Facebook, man, I'll join these, man. I don't know all the time that you stream, bro. And I'll holler at you. I appreciate you opening this up.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do it every. Like I said, if you guys are more inclined to do sports, then we could. I mean, I come on every Tuesday anyway. And I was thinking maybe next week I can do Emmitt Smith versus Barry Sanders.
Whoa, yeah!
I love that.
That's fire. That's fire.
We already know Barry Sanders wins that by a long shot.
That's fire, bro. I don't really got a dog in that fight. That's a great debate, though. I'll tune in.
That's a lie.
Who said that's? Who said that's a lie?
Emmitt all day. Action Jackson. That's a lie. I got Emmitt all day.
Jackson,
baby.
You must have been. No offense, Action Jackson. For you to say that's a lie, you must have been born in 2004. Barry.
You only 6 months older than me, brother. That's it.
Action Jackson. No bullshit. Now you got me cursing. With the line, wait, hold on a second. With the O-line that the Cowboys had in the 90s, I could have rushed for 2,000 yards.
That's a lie. Everybody overrates his line. That's a lie. He ain't got how many Hall of Famers he got on that line? How many Hall of Famers on that line?
How many Hall of Famers?
I think about 2.
Only one.
Well, he had the best left
I thought
tackle in the
Larry
game.
Allen.
Larry
Well,
Allen,
Larry
right?
Allen.
Larry Allen
The
was on.
best.
That was the only one. That line thing is
What about Nate
overrated.
Newton?
He was just good. He's not a Hall of Famer.
Nate Newton would be a Hall of Famer if he wasn't
Would be
a drug dealer.
Let's be honest. If he
I
wasn't
ain't got
selling
nothing to
coke
do
or
with
whatever he
that.
was selling, he would be in the Hall of Fame. Let's be honest.
I hear you. Hey, but I got Emmett all day. I'm ready to have that conversation.
Absolutely.
Appreciate the convo, bro.
Peace,
Doing
my
your
brother.
thing, man. It was good seeing you, man.
You too.
Peace, brother.
Hey, my
Good
first
conversation,
time,
man.
my first time being on here at all. So I appreciate the time. I know I kind of came in and mixed it up a little bit, but I appreciate
And that's
y'all.
what you're supposed to do.
You know what? I might you know what, next week, like I said, man, if these sports programs could, do well, because this one certainly did well today, and salute to everybody for all the super chats and the cash apps. If the sports chaos would my shows on Tuesdays will do well for sports, we can keep it going until the numbers decline and we gotta go back to politics. But hey, I think next week we should have this debate. Emmitt Smith versus Barry Sanders debate.
I'm in, brother.
You said what, Gary?
I'll be for it.
I'm in for that.
Okay.
Because I watch both of them.
Carlisle,
Yeah,
this is the question for AI. AI will end these debates if allowed. Speaking of AI, I wrote something in the chat. I said if AI was 6'6" and played the same way that he did at 6 foot, he would literally be the greatest basketball player ever. I don't know.
No, he'll be Kobe Bryant or Jordan.
No, he wouldn't. He would be Michael Jordan if he was 6'6". Because I've never seen anybody in my whole lifetime of watching basketball that was as tough as this little 6'2" guy. Never.
Who was 6'2"? I think 6 foot.
Well, 6 foot guy. None of them as tough as him. Because the beating that he took as a little guy, the guys of today, they wouldn't even last 2 seasons.
He had the toughness. I'll give you that, but I don't think he had the work ethic that Jordan had to make Jordan what he was. That's the only difference. Like AI was like, I'm gonna do what I do, and I'm gonna come in here and drop 40 on you, but I'm not gonna really be in the gym working on my craft like Jordan did and Kobe.
You are correct there. You are correct.
Talking about
practice,
right?
Practice.
But he's like, I wake up and drop 40.
Intelligence. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. So this is the question for artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence will end these debates. Oh, yeah. I mean, Carlisle, yeah, but there's something about having a debate amongst human beings, and we all have our different perspectives, conclusions, opinions about it, biases. That's what I don't like AI in situations like this. If AI can help me with the stock market, that'd be different, but not in these kind of because AI will tell you that Emmitt Smith is the better running back than Barry Sanders, when clearly that's not the case.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, can I say
something? Let me see here. Go ahead, sir. Yep. And I got to get the hell up out of here.
All right, cool. This is gonna be like my last 2-minute rant for Bron break the scoring record tonight. But go. But hey. Dude brought up Magic and all that, but what people don't ever mention when they mentioning these players is the fact that they had a competent front office that put players around them that allowed them to succeed at the highest level from as soon as they got in the NBA, bro. Magic came in and had Kareem, bro. Imagine if LeBron had Shaq or Tim Duncan his first year in the league, bro. Are you crazy, bro? If Bron ever had a competent front office from the first 7 years, fam, Bron had 8 rings around here, bro. Just be real, bro. If Bron got drafted to the Lakers or the Spurs or the Heat or any of these teams, bro, because we seen what they did with D-Wade. They gave him Shaq. They gave him all these old heads who can help him along the way. He had Pat Riley. We seen what happened with Curry. They gave him Klay Thompson, and they gave him Draymond, and they gave him a good head coach. We seen what happened to Timmy. They put around him. We seen who Kobe had. They gave him Shaq, and he came in the league with all. Come on, bro. If Bron ever had that, bro, Bron had way more rings than he got, bro. And not to mention every single superstar he ever played with, he had to carry the team because Wade was hurt. He missed 30-plus games the last 2 years he was in Miami. That's why he left. Then he went to Cleveland. Kyrie and K-Love got hurt in the finals. Then he in LA with fucking AD, who can't play 40 games a season, bro. Are you kidding me, bro? Just imagine if Bron had a Pimpin or a Kareem or somebody like or a Shaq, bro. Man, Bron had 80 rings in his bitch, bro. But
I
that's it.
disagree with you 100% because he went to 10 championships and only won 4.
Because he didn't what? But a lot of those
Gary
ain't have no good.
Gary. We talked about this 2 hours ago. The boy was 21 or 22 years old when he went to his first championship.
Facts.
Do you honestly believe that he was going to beat the San Antonio Spurs?
That's just to show you how weak the East was, that he could go there.
Here we go.
And that's why he was able to go to 9 straight finals. And that's why he would not go to the West. He's so great. He wouldn't go to the West until the East became weak. And as soon as the East got strong, he went to the West.
But the East was strong when he left, so what?
As soon as the East got strong, he left. He ran to the West because the West got East.
That's cap. As soon as he went to the West, that's when everybody from the West started going to the East.
Well, the West got stronger now. And guess what LeBron ain't doing? Making the playoffs.
Because it's AD, that's
because it's I ain't playing.
But he's so great. He brought that 2017 with nobodies to the finals. Now he's got somebodies. They're not the greatest, but I think they're better than that team in 2007, weren't they not?
No, they not. No,
guys.
Bro, he ain't mentioned no injuries, bro. Stop it.
Guys, I gotta get up out of here. I gotta just ask everybody. Leon, any last words? Leon, I do have a question for you, but after your last word.
I'll just say this, man. We gotta get off of this. In my opinion, we can talk all day. To me, we gotta get off the ring thing because honestly, man, rings are team accomplishments. There's so many factors that go into when they're a team accomplishment. There's so many factors that go into winning a championship that have nothing to do with LeBron or Jordan. And so to me, to continue to lead with that, it just really conflates the argument. Like if you want to just debate the individual skills and all of that, we can do that and both have points on both sides. But in my opinion, this ring thing, man, it's just it don't make sense when you go 6-0 as if Jordan did that by himself. But then when you flip it over, you know what I'm saying? Everybody has a different approach to it. So that's all I want to say, man. Just keep it even across the board so we can have an honest debate. But it's been fun. I appreciate you. Yeah.
And Leon, quick question before you leave. In honor of Black History Month, can you name me a famous Black scientist? It could be any type of scientist.
Man, I feel horrible. Nobody's coming to mind. Black scientist. Man, I don't have one off the top of my head. I feel horrible, man. You might have to take my black card.
No. Just go Google it, and hey, it's still more days.
Well, I'm 0 for 2 though. That's horrible.
Thank you so much, Leon. You've been awesome. Action Jackson. Any last words, sir? Go ahead.
Last word is just LeBron. He the GOAT. Best ever seen. Best anyone ever seen. If they say anything else, they lying to themselves. This man about to be the greatest in every category it is since basketball been invented. And that's all I got to say with that, man.
In honor of Black History Month, my good sir, can you name me a famous Black mathematician?
Oh, what's the I can't think of her name, but
Katherine Johnson.
No.
Go ahead, sir.
She's a scientist.
I thought Katherine Johnson was a mathematician, but
yeah, not a scientist.
They kind of run together, don't it?
No, Katherine. No, wait a minute. Hold on for a second. I knew I wasn't tripping. Katherine Johnson has I thought I wasn't tripping. I just looked her up. Wait a minute. she has a where's it at? It says she's a mathematician. So
Okay.
wait a minute.
I googled a couple days ago and I saw scientist.
Yeah, she has a doctorate in mathematics. Yeah, she's a mathematician. Action Jackson, go ahead. Okay, well, it's more days in Black History Month. You can, Google it. All right. Thank you so much, Action Jackson. Next week, I'm gonna have a conversation. Greatest white point guard of all time. No, it's probably gonna be the Barry Sanders versus Emmitt Smith debate. Thank you so much, Action Jackson.
Thank you too, bro.
James. Oh yeah, no problem. Go James. Any last words, man?
Yeah, to the argument, I like to say that if we're gonna judge this thing, I think kind of what Leon said, it's kind of always been my thought too, is don't go by rings, because rings is such a team thing, but then it's also too it's not an individual sport. It's always bound to the team. And you also, I think you have to include individual stats. It's probably more towards the GOAT argument.
And thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Do what you gotta do.
In honor of Black History Month, sir, I want to ask you another question. A question. Can you name me a black billionaire that is not an entertainer nor an athlete?
Bob Johnson.
There we go. Thank you so much, sir. Go James. Please come back next week while I debate Emmitt Smith versus Barry Sanders.
Or Walter Payton.
Rest in peace, Walter Payton. Yes, Walter Payton was one of the greatest. Tap, we'll salute to you, sir. Any last words?
Yeah, man. I just want to say, man, Bron the GOAT, man. These niggas be hating. And if AD stay healthy, Lakers winning the ring this year, man. That's all Bron need. It is a healthy second. He going on play this is.
Tap, can you, and in honor of Black History Month, sir, can you name me a black astronaut?
A black astronaut. I don't even believe in astronauts, man. I ain't going to space.
Maybe we should debate about that. It's space.
The Earth is flat, man.
Tab, do you really
Earth's
believe
flat,
that the
man?
Earth is flat?
Thing. It ain't no belief. We in the enclosed system. That's the only way that we can exist. We can't exist flying through space 666 miles.
McNair.
Oh, Ronald McNair. Yes, he died in space in a Challenger disaster. Correct. Great. He's brilliant mind. I think he had a mathematics background. Unfortunately, he died in the space Challenger
back in 80. Was it 83, 84? I think that was. It was 86. Was 86? Okay.
You should check out his story when he was a little kid, and he went to this library, and the white librarian said, "Boy, you can't be up in here." He said, "Nah, I'm about to stay here and read." And the police came, and the white police officer said, "Ma'am, he's just a 5-year-old, 6-year-old. Let him stay and read the damn books." You should check out this story. Ronald McNair, great black astronaut, unfortunately died in 1986. I think it was a member of Omega Psi Phi, if I'm not mistaken. Tap, thank you so much again, Tap.
I appreciate you, bro. And if y'all don't believe that, if y'all believe the Earth is round, bro, that says more about y'all than it does me, man. The Earth is flat. It's impossible for us to live on a round structure, man.
Now, Tap, let me ask you a question. If you are able, maybe not next week, but the following Tuesday, would you be interested in having a conversation? My email address is chaotictruthpodcast@gmail.com. And I will be open to having I beg your pardon?
I said about the Earth being flat.
Yeah, I would be willing to have that debate on this show, the Tuesday show. Flat earthers versus round earthers. I'm obviously a round earther. I believe that the earth is round, but then again, I was probably brainwashed into believing that. But I think that you pose a good argument here. Hey, I mean, look, I've been in the plane multiple times. I don't know if the earth, I don't know if the earth is truly a globe. I have no idea. It appears to be just a whole bunch of Greenland. But anyway, yeah, so just email me if you're interested.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask you one more question? Most definitely, bro. I think that'll be great. And can I ask, do you believe in the Bible?
I believe in the Bible?
Are you a Bible believer or are you not? Yeah. Because a lot of people.
Just hear me out for a minute. I believe
the children of the future.
Yes or no?
The Bible is, you said yes or no?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I believe that there's more.
Well,
to
I
the
was just
Bible.
gonna say that the Bible is a fact. I was just gonna say that the Bible is a flat Earth book. So anybody who claims to be a Christian or a Jew or anything who believes in the Bible, they should know that within the Bible it speaks about the Earth actually being flat, and that it's actually a firmament, and it can be a firmament on some round. It has to be a flat surface in order for a firmament to exist. So, yeah, that's why I asked that. But yeah, I think that'll be a good discussion, bro. Because I done debated a lot of people. I actually debated my high school teacher, my science teacher in high school, about this because I've been believing this for a minute, and she could not prove to me that the Earth was round.
Do me a favor. I think I'm interested. I'm interested in this. You see the private chat? Hold on for a second. You see the private chat? I just put my email address in there. You see it?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get that.
Yeah, take down my email address. I think I want to fancy this argument, this debate of sorts, for the following for the Tuesday after the next one. I think that'll be a good chaos with chaotic episode. Is the Earth flat? I have no idea.
I'm gonna like that episode.
Bible, I can't really. I hate to give a direct answer. I've always said this, Tap. There are things that I don't know and things that I will never know, and I just recognize myself as an ape living on a floating rock in infinity. So it's not that I don't believe in it; it's just that I don't have any idea what is going on within the universe. I mean, you got to think we're some sort of, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Go ahead, Goat James. You keep cutting me off, but go ahead.
Most definitely, bro. I wouldn't say
anything.
I appreciate it, fam. But I'm gonna let you go.
I wouldn't say anything at all.
In the show because I know you're trying to. Most definitely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tap. I'm sorry, Goat James. It sounds like you were cutting me off, but I'm sorry, Goat. What'd you say?
No, I wasn't talking. I wasn't talking at all.
Oh, okay. Gary, any last words, man?
I love the LeBron fans always saying, let's not count the rings. The rings don't matter. This is the first professional sport that I've ever heard that being the champion is not what you aim for. Not going to the game, but winning the game. So for all you Goat James fan, sorry for you, brothers. Mike's a winner. LeBron is a loser. He's lost more as much as Mike has won.
That's a damn shame. Gary, salute to you, sir. I'm so glad that you were on the panel the entire time. In the interest of Black History Month, my good sir, can you name me a black construction company?
Nope. I don't live in America. We don't really have too many of them in Canada.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Black
do you guys want to go? Do you want to do that? Do you want to do that flat Earth versus round Earth debate? I kind of want to dibble and dabble in that with Tap. Do you think that'd be a good show?
It'd be a great show.
Yeah.
You know what I think would be?
That'd be a great show. That'll be good. That'll be real good.
And Gary, you say you say
I'd like to do. You guys do a show about is the Bible real or is it just stories?
Maybe
I think we need to stay away from that. I would stay away from that.
Why, man? Come on, that would be because I know there are a lot of Christians and stuff, but let's see. I think that would be a great topic. It would be. I mean,
so what do you when you say the question? Can you make the question more plain? Like, what do you mean? Is the Bible real? Or
is it real or is it just stories made up?
Well, you do know the Bible. You do. I'm sorry. I even cut somebody off. Who was that?
No, you go ahead, brother.
You do know the Bible contains real history, as in the sense of when you look at I think it's Timothy. It talks about King Nero. King Nero actually existed in history, so it's not. It actually had real events and real people.
Well, I didn't say it didn't. I'm just saying, is it real? No, I like real as in, some people believe in the letter of the Bible, like everything that they say in it is true, or is it made up stories of a time that we have no clue what was going on? So it was phantasm, and it's been brought over the centuries as what we're supposed to believe in, but actually know, stories of people.
Well, so some of your question is actually true. It's actually true. Well, most of your question is true. The Bible is full of stories I always get confused with fictional and non-fictional. Non-fiction. Well, there are some stories that are real and some stories that are fake. And it is designed to pass along moral beliefs and moral standards. But there are some stories, even in the Old Testament, that are true, that are real. So it contains both.
Mm.
So
But
yeah, so
Yeah,
go ahead.
that's pretty much the argument there.
well, see,
Pretty
you
much.
have a
That's
lot
why I
of people.
said
Sorry, there. Go ahead, brother.
it's not a lot of people. It's either you believe or you don't. Like I don't think that's gonna be a good topic. It's faith. Like you either have it or you don't. It's something that you believe in or you don't believe in it. It's
Yeah,
like
but
it's like
but
you were saying.
brother,
It's like it's a moral thing.
but faith without evidence is just, you know, faith is
Well,
So
something that you. Faith is
you're
in order
talking.
to
My
believe
bad.
anything, you have to have
I
faith.
bet,
no, no,
but
no.
still
To
though,
believe
I
anything,
believe
I think you should have evidence, not faith or believe.
No, but I'm saying the evidence that you're going to look up, you have to believe that too. So at some point, you still believe in what you're reading or researching, no matter how far and how deep you get into it. You got to believe your source. So it's that's
No,
why it's
evidence
a
is
no
just
argument.
factual. It's whether it's there or not.
How do you know
Evidence
it's
is not a
factual?
belief.
You're gonna
Evidence is not a
but
belief.
you're
It's a
gonna
fact.
research. But listen to what I'm saying, Gary. You're gonna research and you're gonna read books and you're gonna Google and you're gonna look up stuff. You have to believe that what you're looking up and you find is true. So at the end of the day, it's still about believing your source. So it's a no argument either way.
No, no, because if you have one source of something, you can say, but if you have two, three, and factual, archaeological, historical, not stories, historical and archaeological fact. That's what I deal
Okay,
with
so
belief.
to your point, Gary. And I have to go back and look at my notes, but there are historical facts that have been proven about the Bible as well. So yeah, you have historical fact, you have science facts that have been proven throughout the Bible too. Um, I'm not gonna be able to recall all of them because I've just been studying this here the past couple of years. Haven't committed to most of it to memory yet, but it is proof in history, science that things that happen in the Bible are true. Now, I'm not saying everything in the Bible is true. There are some stories that are some. There are some stories that are um, made
Metaphysical?
up. What's the
Okay.
word I'm looking for? No, it's like when you tell uh, a indirect story to make a relevant point. I'm trying to think. I just went blank. I've been working out. But
A
yeah, I
parable.
create a
You're talking
Parable,
about a parable.
parable.
parable, correct, parable. So yeah, there are some things that are about that are parables that's meant to pass down an idea or more teaching, but it's not a real story. Like the man who was the man was on the side of the road and was robbed by robbed by individuals, but then three people bypassed him, and all three represented religious people in the church, but only one stopped to really help him. And so that was to teach a moral standard about to look at who is really your neighbor. That's a made up story though. So you're gonna find stories later throughout the Bible, Old Testament and New Testament, that are made up.
So the
That you won't.
talking snake is a made up story too, right?
The talking snake. I do believe it is a. I do believe it is a story with moral
Let me
teaching
help
in
you
it.
out here. Let me help you out here, go James. Hear me out for a minute, Gary. Uh, and I'm not saying that I've done these things, but under hallucinogens or hallucinogenics, particularly like an ayahuasca, psilocybin, which is mushrooms, even dimethyltryptamine, which is DMT. Uh, there have been a lot of individual witness accounts of, and hear me out for a minute, Gary. I know you're going to burst out laughing, but of being able to communicate with, and this may sound crazy, inanimate objects, animals, trees, plants, etc. Now, Gary, before you burst out laughing, are you willing to just fancy the notion that maybe the story of Adam and Eve is a story of two individuals that took mushrooms and they were able to communicate with some sort of higher, what Christians refer to as a higher power, but maybe an extraterrestrial? Is that possible, Gary?
For me, I've seen people on acid, and they've talked to all kinds of things.
I didn't say acid, sir. I
Okay,
made a point. I
or
mean,
and
acid
even
is
even
synthetic.
mushrooms, and
Okay,
I've
go ahead.
seen them see all kinds of things and talk to all kinds of things. But we all
Hmm.
stood around and laughed because we know you were high. We didn't believe that you seen the monkey swinging in the tree when we're living in Canada and it's winter.
Okay, well, how about this, Gary? You know as well as I do through basic science taught in elementary school that matter is nothing more than atoms that are just jiggling, jiggling particles, right? And is it possible, just hear me out, is it possible that under these substances, time slows down and what you perceive as, for example, with people who are under mushrooms, they say that things are melting. Is it possible that that glass, which is nothing more than just jiggling particles that you can't see, is it possible that your brain under this influence is able to tap into that and you're seeing the particles and that's why it looks like it's melting because you're it's like a time dilation? Is that possible? Just throwing that out there. I'm not saying that I've done these things. All I'm saying is it possible? Because you got to remember, matter is just nothing but jiggling particles, right?
Well, it's like people that say they see aliens. They say that's possible too, don't they? But I still ain't
Yeah.
seen an
It's
alien.
like
Understand? I hear about Area 51 that all these things came down, aliens, brothers. Well, I like to go on things that we can really prove. And
Okay.
since, hold on, let me finish. Since we're in this era of everything we catch on camera, 98% of people have cell phones. If any of this existed, why can't we get just one picture?
Because Gary, aliens have been proven to exist. Are
By
we
who?
are we not the alien? Are we not on a planet floating in infinity? So if you think about it, aren't we the alien?
Impossible, because are we alien to this planet?
We're not
Or is this
alien to
planet
the
our own?
planet, but just imagine if there was some sort of life form, for example, in our nearest star, which is Alpha Centauri, which is what, 2 light years away. Wouldn't we be an alien to them or to that life form?
Well, if any life form that could travel light speed and come to see us, we'd be like an amoeba to them.
Okay, I don't know why we would be an amoeba to them, but
Because our technology that we have so advanced in the last 50 years, there's nothing we can make that can
oh
travel
yes,
the speed of
so
light.
so
Our
yes,
bodies couldn't even take the
yeah,
travel of speed of light.
it's
So
right. So
for an alien,
Star Trek talks about this. Talks about if a civilization is able to traverse through the stars at the speed of light or even faster, then certainly their civilization is so advanced that encountering a civilization like ours would look like
an amoeba.
encountering. Well, now I don't know. You're taking it too far back, but maybe a Stone Age people. Maybe they'll look at us like how we look at the cavemen. Like they'll look at me like I'm a blithering, drooling idiot, which I probably would be to a race that has invented a engine that can travel at the speed of light or faster. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, do we look at monkeys as they're smart?
Of course we do. We look at monkeys and apes like they're smart.
For real?
Of course, we talk about Jane Goodall, white woman. She's old now. She's done
The
50.
gorilla is in the myth?
Give me a second. You asked me a question. Jane Goodall, and you know who this woman is. She's done about 50 or 60 years of of highly integral research study with gorillas.
Gorillas. Oh
And
yeah,
she
I do.
Yeah, so of course we look at them like they're intelligent. Dude, we share 99.9% DNA with these creatures. Think about that. That 1%, well, not 0.9, but that 1% difference is the difference of building cars and starships and computers. So of course we look at them like they're smart. We're practically them, just with
Okay.
clothes on. Go ahead,
All
Gary.
right. Hold on. Can you speak any ape language?
Sir. Can you? Okay. Okay. Can you speak French?
Parlez-vous français? Bonjour.
Oh, well, you're in Canada. Dang, that wasn't a good example. You're in Canada. I totally forgot. That's right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you did. Okay, so the apes from France came over, colonized Canada, and taught you their language. So who's to say that we haven't tapped into ape language, or I mean, or we're apes, but gorilla language.
Okay, I'll make it simple. We live on a planet with hundreds of different animals. We can't speak none of their. Well, I'm just going. We can't speak none of their languages.
You haven't
We
tapped
can't.
into their frequency.
All right. Okay, you gave the example of Jane Goodall. 60 years ago, she was in the jungle with the gorillas. Have we advanced from 60 years ago in our communication with the gorillas?
Sir, she taught the gorillas sign language. That doesn't mean that she. Okay, so are you saying how come she didn't learn their language? I don't know.
Yes. Well,
Because we don't know how to tap into it yet.
okay. I only went to that point for this. That if any alien or whatever extraterrestrial from the closest, which is 2 light years from here, came here, they'd look at us as an amoeba because they could not imagine that you could not even speak to all your creations.
Let me read the super chat real quick. John the Baptist says, "For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. For it is written, He taketh the wise in their own craftiness." 1 Corinthians 3:19, the King James Version. Go ahead.
You know what the funniest thing is when everybody quotes this Bible? Nobody knows who the author of any of these books are. Because Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, neither Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John wrote those books. How come we don't know the authors of all these books that were written?
I don't know, Gary. But what I do know is this, Gary.
That usually stumps a lot of people.
Maybe we can't speak to other creatures is because we are the most highly evolved creature on the planet, certainly based on certain metrics, the ability to create technology, utilize science to our advantage, etc. So maybe we're too advanced to communicate at their level. Maybe it just doesn't make any sense. You ever thought about that?
Well, if we're that advanced, we should be able to do that because that would be minimal. The first thing we teach any baby is how to say mama and papa. So if we can teach
I've never heard does a 2-month-old say mama? I don't know if a 2-month-old, I don't have any kids, but is a 2-month-old able to speak?
Some, I guess. I don't have any children myself, but you have
I mean,
a lot of
I know they coo and they, make little sounds, but what I'm saying is that maybe these creatures are so primitive, or they lack the IQ to communicate on the scale that we can comprehend it.
We just lack the IQ to comprehend them because we're the highest evolved thing. So our possibility of learning should be higher than them. So sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying John the Baptist said that the Apostle Paul, who used to be Saul, wrote Corinthians.
Okay.
So real quick, hey, what I don't understand is people try to deny that it's a God that exists, but what you don't understand is, in order for us to know the things that we know and be able to do the things that we do, there has to be something or someone that has created us to be able to do these things. Because what people don't understand is we can't teach ourselves a language. Like if we don't have a language in order to learn, we must have somebody to teach us those things. So for instance, people say we evolved from apes and all this nonsense, but how can an ape teach itself a new language? That makes no sense. Because if you leave a child alone, in an environment without people that talk, that child will grow up without talking.
Well, Tap, it's not that. So that's the big misconception. Science doesn't say that we evolved from an ape. Science says that we are an ape. We are part of the great ape family. For example, a gorilla, an orangutan, and a chimpanzee, a bonobo, they're all apes. They all look different, but they're apes. Just like we are a part of the same ape family or tree.
No, they said they said evolution. We evolved from apes. That's the whole point of the evolution.
No, they didn't say that. That's a story that they've been bringing around for years and years and years and years.
So they didn't have that evolution chart in your science class when you was in school.
No, it's we have all okay. So for example, right, human beings share a common ancestor with the gorilla, with the chimpanzee, with the orangutan, through geographical location, divergent patterns. For example, why do Asians look different from black people, right? Well, if you look at geography, maybe there's a geographical reason why white people look different from blacks because of a geographical reason, right? It's colder up in Europe, right? And we are at the equator, so there's a possibility that, you know, even with human beings, we have a different color pigmentation because of geography. So who's to say that the orangutan, their divergent path was due to some sort of diet or climate change? No, just hear me out for a minute. I know it sounds a little crazy, but maybe the gorilla, when it diverged from whatever our common ancestor was, maybe they ate more. I don't know. They probably had a larger diet or something, and so they look different because of a diet reason or something. For example, right? Why are Eskimos short? And why are Congolese people tall? I'm telling you, there's
their genetic makeup. That's their genetic makeup. They were born by other people who were tall and other people who were short.
But it came from something, though.
Exactly. That's what but it didn't come from monkeys.
No, apes, no, and that's a big thing too. Apes are not monkeys. We're not monkeys. We're apes. Monkeys have tails. Apes don't, right? So a chimpanzee is not a monkey.
It's not much of a difference though.
But that's the problem. There is a huge difference.
No, it's not.
Oh, first of all, it's a huge difference in IQ. Monkeys are not as smart as as apes. Apes are super. Go ahead.
So why aren't apes still evolving then? If we evolve from those things, why aren't these things still evolving? You don't just stop evolution. It don't just stop in its tracks once we get to a certain point. Us humans still consistently evolve as well as apes.
It's not okay. It's not that. Why aren't they still evolving? Right? It's just that human beings, we are the best ape. Just because we measure our evolution of the fact that, okay, we could build cars and stuff, doesn't mean that we're not like our brethren in the jungles, like the gorilla or the chimpanzee. All we've done is we figured out how to make clothes and build cars, and we feel like, oh, we evolved, right? But all you gotta do is look at our behavior. We're animals. We kill each other.
I agree with that. We animals.
We do the same thing that these chimpanzees do. They rob from each other. They kill each other. They form gangs. Only thing they're not doing is wearing clothes, and they don't have cars. If you ask me, we're all the same. Now, and they don't have toilets. They take shits anywhere but
go to California. Aren't they doing the same thing?
But then again, they do it in California.
But see, the difference is those things don't have a conscience. They're not sentient beings. They can't think on the level that we can. That's what makes us different from any other animals.
Have you ever seen a video of, especially white folk? They love adopting chimpanzees.
Yeah, I seen that.
Watch a video of how whites, particularly, will adopt a chimpanzee. And watch how that chimpanzee interacts with the family. It's almost as if it's another child.
But you can say the same. You can say the same about dogs. You can say the same about any animal. You can train any animal up to make them be able to communicate with humans, but that don't mean that they were humans. That we were those things before we became what we are now.
I think you're missing it there, bro. We're not saying that we were gorillas or orangutans. We're just from the same tree.
You were from the same tree, yeah.
That's all. Our tree was Homo sapien. Their tree is a little different. That's why when they do the DNA compilation, that 1% of us that's different from a gorilla, only 1%. That's how we're able to think. and do all the different things. That's how we evolve. They evolved to how they did because they never left the jungle. Unlike other apes, most apes stayed in the jungle. Homo sapien ape decided to go out of the jungle.
And that's
And
probably why we look different. It's probably like
and as they went out, remember, you start populate. So the ones that went to the Eastern Asia, they look like Chinese. The one that went to Europe look like Europeans, white people, because of the environment. Whatever, like you all thinking that evolution happens like in 100 years. This is thousands and thousands and thousands of years for this to happen, brother.
No. It's impossible for you to evolve from one thing into an entirely different thing.
Okay. Tap.
Let me say this.
Tap. Hold on for a second. Give me a second, because I think this will be a good show in a couple of weeks. But I do have to ask you a question, right? Hear me out for a minute.
Okay.
Where do dogs come from?
Wolves.
Okay. Think about how crazy this is, right? 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago, there were no chihuahuas, there were no poodles, it was all wolves, right?
Right.
Through certain types of breeding, you can create a certain type of dog. Is it possible that through breeding patterns with our common ancestor, the final creation is us, the human?
No, because dogs are a lesser version of wolves. They're not a greater version of wolves. You can't compare a dog to a wolf because it's not even close.
So you're saying the dog is a lesser version of a wolf?
Yes, you saying we're a greater version of an ape, basically, because we got the.
No. We're saying we're just a different version. We're not greater than them. We're just different.
But what I'm saying is, y'all saying they evolved from one thing to another. So you
No, we're not.
I didn't say
that. They were different. They're a different evolution. They evolved into the great apes. We evolved into the Homo sapiens.
So what did we evolve from? What were we before we became what we are today?
Homo sapien.
And what is that? What were those? What did they have a language? Did they have a certain way that they what is a Homo sapien? Because I'm not understanding what y'all are trying to say.
We are Homo sapiens.
Right, I get that, but I'm saying what is that? What was that before what we is now? Like so for instance, you saying that they evolved and we evolved. What did we evolve from?
The Homo erectus.
Evolved. I'm saying like so. What?
You asked the question I just answered. We evolved from the Homo erectus to the Homo sapien.
So what's the difference between the two? Is what I'm trying to say. Because you're saying we evolved, which means that
here's the difference between the two. The Homo erectus still was on the plains. The Homo sapiens left.
So that's the only difference. That's the only evolution is that we left the plains.
That's how we evolved to different. That's why. How many different ethnicities do we have? That's to you, Tap. How many different ethnicities do we have?
I don't know.
Okay, we have 4.
I'm not sure.
We have
4
Mongoloid
different ethnicities.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
that's all we have. We have Mongoloid.
I got something for Tap real quick. How about this?
Go ahead.
How about this? And I'm going to use pause. I know a lot of people say this before they make the statement, pause or no homo. You put The Rock in front of a female and you put who's somebody that's not really attractive. Okay, let's use Danny DeVito. More than likely, just off nature, the woman is going to choose The Rock. He has a chiseled jawline. I don't know why human beings are attracted to this chiseled jaw structure, right?
Right.
Imagine if women only selected The Rock. Now, women will select Danny DeVito if he had money, but imagine if they only selected The Rock for 1,000 years. Everybody in that population will drastically look different from the previous one. You won't have any more Danny DeVitos. You won't have any more of round-shaped men. You will have these chiseled jaw-looking human beings. All I'm saying is that it's likely that our ancient ancestors who were living on the savannah, Homo erectus and all those other creatures, they were selectively breeding like that, or even for strength or size. I have no idea. I was born in 1984. I don't know. So I think what we think of as evolution is a it's a bastardized way of just looking at just selective breeding. I just think that it's just selective breeding. I think that, again, we are apes. It's just that our distant ancestors chose the best looking ones or the more physically superior ones. I don't know.
But see that make more sense, because now you saying that it, because what I was getting from y'all saying we evolved was basically that we came from one point to another and we were totally different. You feel what I'm saying? So basically you said we evolved from, what do you say, Homo erectus?
Yes, from Homo erectus. That's why a lot of people get it confused and thinking that we came from monkeys. No.
Right.
We're just from the same tree.
Right, but I'm saying
our tree expanded while they stayed the same.
But this what I'm saying, like, as far as a Homo erectus is concerned, like, what are the characteristics of those things? Like, were they similar to us?
Very similar
like
to
the
us.
way in which they communicate? Did they have languages? Did they?
Not really. They were more animalistic than we, because
so they didn't talk.
No, I don't know how they talked or communicated.
I mean,
but they probably had those just clicks and stuff like that. And then after we left the savannah, we developed language.
No. See, that's what I don't see. That's why I can't get with that, because you can't go from not speaking to a complicated language in thousands and thousands of languages. That don't make sense. I don't think that's possible.
What you're missing, brother. This didn't happen over 100 years.
Right.
It took thousands of years for them to develop language. Just to develop language. Before they, because that's why when they look at the old cave things, all they can do is communicate by drawing something. They didn't speak.
No, that's not true. They didn't speak. What you mean they didn't speak?
What I'm saying, they didn't have language.
Yes, they did.
What language did they have?
Language is nothing more than a way in which you communicate. That's all it is. Everybody has language.
No. You go look up the definition of language.
What is it?
Please put it up on the screen there for me, Chaotic.
A principal method of human communication. That's all language is. A way in which you communicate. That's a language. You got sign language. You're not talking, but you use your hand. That's still a language. That's all language is. So what I'm saying is,
read what it says. Number one. You go ahead, brother.
Method of human communication. That's what I said. I said so.
Keep going. Don't stop there.
Consisted of words used in a structure in a conventional way and conveyed by speech, writing, or gesture, which means that it's more than just talking. That's what I said. So what are you saying?
I'm saying.
So wait a minute, guys. Hold on for a second. I do got to get up out of here. I feel like this is going to be a great topic 2 weeks from now. I think we should do this conversation: flat Earth and evolution.
Facts.
I think we should do it.
I'm with you, Mr. Taft. I enjoy speaking to you, young man. You all have a good day.
You too,
this is my first time on the panel, man. So forgive me if I'm a little.
No. You gotta, brothers, stop doing this for me. All you guys on the panel, stop saying forgive you for it. Do you? You don't have to ask for forgiveness for being yourself, brother. Be proud to be who you are.
Yeah,
peace and love.
Make the worse though, fam. That's all I'm saying.
Are people gonna take words to heart? Let them take it.
Thank you so much, Gary and Tap. Let me get to Lou real quick, and I'll see you guys next Tuesday. When I do Emmett Smith versus Barry Sanders. Thank you so much, Tap. Lou, what's up, man? You came in pretty late. I got to get the hell up out of here.
How are you doing, brother?
Pretty good, man.
No, I got nothing. I was, listening to the conversation, and you are ending the show now, so that's fine. We can talk about it another day.
I hear you. What'd you say, bro?
I said we can talk about it another day. I know you're ending the show, so.
What do you want to talk about real quick?
No, I was going to join the conversation, but it seems like my sound is a little off, and you are ending the show, so
yeah.
We'll engage another time.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Lou.
No problem, brother.
Peace. Real quick, guys. This is a great damn show. I see you real quick. Okay, Bees. where are we at? Oh, LeBron James. I feel like I'm the greatest basketball player that ever played the game. LeBron James is on the cusp of breaking the NBA's all-time scoring record held by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar since 1984. Wow, 40 years. LeBron is just 39 years. LeBron is just 36 points away from setting a new record, which could come Tuesday night against the Thunder in Los Angeles on Thursday against the Bucks. Or Thursday against the Bucks. He's taking over one of basketball's most hallowed and long considered unbreakable records. Only adds to his tally in the GOAT debate, which we've been talking about all day. If LeBron didn't have the confidence to make the statement, he wouldn't be in a position to have this conversation. I think he's going to be the greatest career. I think he's going to have the greatest career of all time. Sixers Doc Rivers said of LeBron. LeBron will have another pillar for his GOAT argument once he breaks the record. Not that he thinks he needs another one. Guys, this has been a great conversation. Let me see. John the Baptist says, Chaotic, please do a show on G's suggestion. Yeah, I will. Bob says, what is this specific subject? Bob, we were talking about how LeBron is the GOAT. And a lot of individuals called in who are in support of his GOAT status. Me, of course. And we had some individuals call in who are what you will refer to as basketball purist to a degree. And we had some Jordanites. Gary is a Jordanite. And I gave the reasoning as to why I think that or believe that LeBron is the GOAT. And I started off by saying that centers shouldn't even be in the debate at all for pretty much anything. They're not skilled. That's not a skilled position, let's be honest. And I also said that Michael Jordan played against taxi cab drivers and plumbers. The NBA was more fast paced in the 80s. That's why scoring was absolutely high. And of course you could get 35, 40 points a game back in the 80s, but that's what I said. And I also said that Mike never had competition, and he didn't, to be honest with you. And he couldn't get past the Celtics nor the Pistons in the early or the late 80s. And then we kind of got into this whole flat earth debate topic. The sky hook, please. Yeah, he was 7 feet too. Of course he can do the sky hook. He might as well just put it in the basket. All right, guys. Thank you so much for all the super chats. John the Baptist, Gary, thank you so much. G Firm, Purple Haze, Miss Parker, Sir Chi, Dub Will, CKG, thank you so much. Mike Checks, Gary S with the super chat as well. Who else do we have? Big Ant with the super chat. Nanga with the super chat. Thank you so much. Slim with the super chat. Thank you so much, man. Good talking to you. Chad with the super chat. Josh, Little Bay or Little Bot with the super chat. Perry, thank you so much. Who else do we have? Holman with the super chat. We got, I think I already said JQ. I said Josh already too. Who else? JJ with the super chat. And Captain Drano. Thank you so much. Let's see. I'll be back next Tuesday, guys. Thank you so much. This has been a great show. You guys have a good one. Let me see where we at. Guys, have a good one. Peace.